Hello. Hey, the new timer code worked. Excuse me. Why the heck is my tiny man? Where is my tiny man? Why are you completely invisible? Interesting. Oh my goodness, streamer bot, stay logged in to YouTube. Stop disconnecting. Oh, the YouTube quota. Fuck. YouTube, can you please fuck off with the quota bullshit? Also, why is the fucking Twitch one not working? This is annoying. Yep, it exclamation mark run. It is set to be Twitch and YouTube. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Okay, and pinned. Let's. Okay. Right. I had a save point immediately outside of Artorias for practice. Okay, here we go. Right, right. No healing allowed. The range on this dagger is like deceptively low for this fight in particular. Let's go ahead and try using this. Damn, this shirt is heavy. $61 damage, that's decent. It's better than what it was doing. Although it does swing slower, but it has much higher range. Ooh, very decent damage if you do the strong attack. That's not even the jump attack, that's just the strong attack. Its default strong attack is a jump attack. I feel like I should have gotten a dodge roll buffer in there. What the fuck? In what universe does that knock me sideways? There we go. Actually, I need to... get my notes page open. Okay, so you can do that jump attack 1, 2, 3 times, as opposed to 1 or 3 times. That's annoying. Damn, bro takes a long time to turn around. Like, again, am I, like, technically facing to the right during that animation? Because that sand pocket sand attack, it's supposed to knock me backwards. Good morning, Yami. Yeah. Since this is practice mode and durability isn't an issue, I thought I'd try out the hammer. Two-handed strong attack does 99 damage, which is a lot better than what the dagger was doing, especially with its increased range. Like, the only net loss is, like, attack swing. well, a swing speed, rather. That seems a lot more viable. Yeah. Especially because, like, I can preemptively buffer the jump attack, like, in the middle of the dodge, so I can get it as fast as possible. Okay, so about 3 hits per big chunk. So that would be 39 hits as opposed to like 120 or something. I forgot. You're allowed to just ignore the laws of momentum and change direction midair. That's fine, that's fine. It's actually good. It gets me away from you. Okay. It seems like his dash attack, like, I don't remember it turning. Previously, I thought it was, like, only in a straight line. Okay. Probably should have stopped him from doing that. There's a speed run now. You have to bait Artorias into damage canceling their heals. How do you mean? Okay, but it looks like he starts buffing himself at 75% health around there. How do you mean by damage canceling? Throwing goop and canceling the heal animation early. Oh, no. I was saying that was good because it has significant knockback, so it actually just pushes me really far away from him. Okay. Sometimes it feels like I should be getting a dodge roll, and it just doesn't give me a dodge roll. Like, maybe I'm just, like, I'm out of stamina at the moment or something. Buffering? Yeah, I'm doing an attack, and then I just spam the dodge roll button so that it does the dodge roll immediately after the attack animation finishes. See, like right there. I'm fucking clipping that. That's bullshit. Not a fan of the long buffers. Feels like it adds artificial latency to a game. Yeah, I really don't like it when, like, an enemy gives you, like, significant stagger, but you're still able to buffer a dodge roll. So it's like, you instinctively press the dodge roll button, but you get it too late, so the attack hits you first. So then, okay, I got hit anyway, so let me just go ahead and attack. Wait, why am I rolling? So it's like, the dodge roll gets stored, even though the buffer takes fucking even though the stun animation takes like 5 seconds or more. Okay, so the issue is the jump attack did fully deplete my stamina, so that's why it would not allow me to buffer the roll. Even though, by the time my animation ended, I probably would have had some... Nah. Okay, so that was the issue. The jump attack used up all of my stamina. I'd just be gone with the buffer altogether. You want to roll away, but the enemy is forced to do nothing now, so you have an opportunity to heal, but you're forced to heal anyway? Oh, forced to roll, rather. Yeah. Like, I think I'm fine with the buffer system because it works good most of the time. I just don't like buffering out of a stagger. That seems like more often than not, it's like annoying over beneficial. But being able to buffer your own inputs through each other is nice. Like, doing an attack into a buffered roll is very convenient. Like buffer is always just been a solution to a bad input system. For a reactionary game, why would it go out of the way to diminish the effectiveness of reactions? I mean, I can see that. Although, some of this shit, like, feels like it's actually too fast to react to. Not necessarily Artorias, just in the game in general. Like, I think Gwyn has one attack that, like, actually feels like the wind-up is 5 frames or something. I prefer the camp of you can cancel any animation with a roll or something and immediately do something else you want. Yeah, I do like being able to cancel animations. That can lead to some really cool input possibilities. Maybe not like a roll, but maybe like a back step. What? Why was I able to damage him mid-roll? He should have been invincible. Oh, well, actually, I guess the bosses don't get invincible during their escape animations. They take more damage. But I feel the roll specifically has, like, the built-up, like, context of you are invincible during this. Okay, so I get 2 hits in during that. I get the initial running jump and then a secondary follow-up, and then I'm out of stamina. What do you think the general opinions are in the Dark Souls community of this game? What do you... I don't know. I haven't interacted with the community. I've been, like, explicitly not doing that for spoiler purposes. But from what people have said in chat, the general community, at least the challenge run community, is very, like, gatekeepy. And like, oh, you have to do the challenge run this way with these restrictions or it doesn't count, which I heavily disagree with. Like, challenge runs are meant for, like, fun. Like, for me, I do it as, like, a scientific endeavor, but, like, I find scientific endeavors to be fun. Like, at the end of the day, it's just playing a video game. Which mostly comes along because I think majority of people will say that Artorias is by far the best boss, at the very least the best boss. Artorias is definitely a contender. At least in terms of boss, like, design. They look really cool. Sif is also up there. Okay, I think Hammer is definitely going to be more viable than Dagger. Although I'm going to want a lot more practice to ensure that I don't use too much durability during the fight. I cannot say definitively which boss is my favorite because I haven't actually fought Manus properly. Ornstein and Smo is really satisfying when they're not being a fucking spiked great club inside of Uranus. Attached to a power drill. Ornstein Phase 2 is also very satisfying. Like, I think Ornstein Phase 2 could have worked as a standalone boss if they wanted to. Hello, found a fan. I don't know how you can do this for 12 hours a day. Listening to the first 30 seconds of our Artorias game on repeat would make me go mad in like 5 minutes. Well, at the moment, I'm not listening to the theme. I'm fighting the boss. Like, my focus is like almost exclusively on Artorias. The music in the background is kind of just getting filtered out. Ooh, hitting them during the jump attack counts as unstable. Although that rules command is technically slightly not in effect right now because spoilers is dropped for this game, but rule number 2 is in full force. Don't be a dick. Johnny music generally gives me a mad headache. Ah, fair. Yeah, no. For some games, like in Celeste and like Path of Pain and stuff, sometimes I do have to turn off the music because it just irritates me to no end. Also, sometimes I just turn off the music so that I can focus more on the actual sound cues of the fight. Because, like, the music, like, in some scenarios, music is unironically a hindrance on my ability to play a game. Hey, Artorias, there's an idea. How about you just stab yourself? Save us both a lot of time. You know, I'm actually very surprised that the Covenant of Artorias doesn't do anything in this fight. Because Sif has the Covenant of Artorias, which means presumably he gave the dog that ring. And this is the moment where he dies, so he definitely knows about the ring. Like, if anything, make it to where, like, wearing the ring gives you a second version of the fight that's, like, drastically harder. Because he's like, yo, my dog had that ring. The only way you have that ring is if you killed my dog. So then he gets, like, super mad. Either, like, gets super mad, or it's like, oh, Sif trusts you enough to give you that. Or maybe it's like, oh, there's no reason why Sif would have given you that. Generally the type of person that plays with no audio. For all else, I prefer to have my own uninterrupted music. When you say no audio, do you mean no music, or do you mean no audio? Because I couldn't imagine playing a game without sound effects. Sound effects are a very big part of actually having feedback. No audio entirely? Damn, I don't think I could do that. Like, the only time I would ever, like, do no audio entirely is if it was for, like, a funny haha, like, blindfolded, no music run, and it's just turned the game into a fucking button input sequence. Or if it was, like one of those things, like, I've seen some people do it to where, like, they mute and, like, cover their screen, and then, like, they just have Twitch chat telling them what to do in the game. Which is very funny if Twitch chat has, like, a high latency. Although I think with streaming technology getting better, like 2 to 5 seconds seems to be the average, which is actually fairly decent. Oh, fuck you. I remember when I was younger, Twitch latency was like fucking 15 seconds. Okay. Oh, fuck off! I'm not allowed to attack ever, because you can just preemptively counterattack. Do I just have to actually wait 15 minutes for you to do the triple jump? Oh my goodness, why is this hammer so fat? It's blocking the part of the screen that I care about. Maybe don't do the jump attacks. Excuse me? I was on the ground. I'm supposed to be invincible while I'm on the ground. What the fuck, game? Still listening to something else. There's a lot of content I want to watch, so if I don't min-max, it's hard to keep up with the things I care about. Fair, but also impossible to keep up with literally all media ever. I prefer to listen to music in its entirety instead of looping short bits. I would play the Hollow Knight OST while playing the game muted. That is a very interesting peculiarity. Don't think I've heard that one before. But yeah, no, I don't think I'm, like, trying to min-max media. Like, if I want to watch something, I'll just fucking watch it when I have time. But then again, there's also not a lot of stuff that I care actively enough about to actually fully watch. Like, usually I'm only, like, invested in, like, a single series at a time. So, like, I'll just watch that series. And then just, like, maybe other things. Like, on occasion. But yeah, for most of the media that I consume, it's less like a specific thing and more like a specific creator. Like there's like a few creators that like whenever their video pops up, I'm like, yeah, I'll check that out. But like, I don't think I've ever had a time where like, oh, there's like 3 television series that I want to watch all at the same time. Now, I'll just pick one of them and just binge an entire season. And then maybe do something else. You don't get frustrated when you never hit that part in an OC because you keep running through an area instead of staying there? I've never considered that. But then again, like, I mean, for me, it's the background music of a game is background music. It's not, like, a primary factor. Like, I'm not thinking about the background music in any capacity, like, ever. Like, the vast majority of the time, the background music is just getting completely filtered out by my brain because it's non-relevant. Like, unless I want to actually, like, sit there and take it in for a moment. But other than that, I'm actually playing the game. And, like, I don't consider listening to the music as part of playing the game. It's just there so that you don't have complete silence, because complete silence would be like heavily noticeable and would be very, very odd. Okay. Okay, I do need to be careful with stamina usage. That's becoming an issue. I think it boils down to me playing games on autopilot, so I have a lot more brain power left over there and stuff like that. I mean, I don't get that. Like, what do you mean by autopilot? Like, if you're going into an area for the first time, like, I can't imagine it's very feasible to autopilot that, because you kind of got to look around. Oh, if there's enemies, you got to fight them. You got to figure out, oh, if it's a new enemy, you got to figure out how they fight. Oh my goodness. We're back to the range issue. Oh my goodness! Okay, yeah. Dodge roll into jump attack uses all stamina. I guess I could maybe put on the Ring of Fab, but I don't know how much more stamina that gives me. You'd be surprised with how far you can get by just pushing forward and paying half attention to the screen. That sounds like either you're too good at games and just have internalized the basic formula of level design, or people need to start getting more creative with how they make games. Although I imagine there's a lot of stuff that you miss by not actually paying attention to the game. Hey, can you backstab Artorias? I would assume no. What the fuck? What? I was definitively in the middle of my dodge roll animation. How did you deal damage? Excuse me? I only have 5 poise. Every attack you do, if it contacts, should knock me on my ass. How did you deal damage without knocking me on my ass? Like, I do pick up games inherently fast. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe it's just like some kind of genetic subconscious thing, because most games at their base level like follow similar formulas. Because like it has a path they want you to take, and then like it has like nuance on a per game basis. Maybe that attack like partially bypasses invincibility frames. The more you game, the faster you adapt. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I had kind of dropped gaming for like a while before I started streaming. Like I would still watch watch content about games and stuff. I just wouldn't really play it myself all that much. Games just tend to increase reaction time and adaptability. That would make sense. Because like reaction time is like one of the fundamentals of 99% of games. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, a boss attack, like a specific boss attack that bypasses invincibility frames would be kind of cool. Because then you have to actually dodge it, not just roll through it. In modern days, many games simply don't innovate much. Yeah. Especially in the AAA scene. Or if there's like an established franchise, And then it's just rinse and repeat with new levels. Which is fine, because if the game formula is fun, like, obviously you want more of the fun thing. But it would be cool to have fun and new. The more I play, the less I need to engage all with the game. So when I'm playing the game, I'm feeling like I'm being lazy. Not do anything, just by literally playing the game. That's funny. The reason Dark Souls throw off even experienced gamer is because the timing of the attacks is slowed down. Yeah, I definitely noticed that on like quite a few instances. I'm like, dude, you're a big ass thing. You're supposed to be attacking me in half a second. What the heck? Like, obviously it's not the case for every attack, but there's definitely some instances where I feel like an attack should be faster. Oh my goodness, strafing left just puts Artorias directly behind the head of the hammer, which is very annoying because I prefer to strafe left. Oh, I might be dead. Oh no, he's a dumbass. Okay, no double hit. Oh, no, I'm way too far away. Okay, so what does that do? Is it just increased damage? Because if it's just increased damage, I kinda don't give a shit. Yo, it would be so nice if he was actually just casting power within. So then he just slowly kills himself. Input reading is unique because it's a bad mechanic. When you say input reading, do you mean the enemies knowing what the players are pressing? Like the physical buttons? Only gains damage? Okay. How would that be a bad mechanic? Do you mean like you prefer it when the enemy is reacting to the actual animation of the player? Because there has been some times it's a bad mechanic because it breaks the boss's consistency. How so? Like, if they're always reacting frame 1, wouldn't that be consistent? Because I believe there has been some times where, like, Ornstein would dodge out of the way of my arrow the instant I fired it, as opposed to after it has left my bow. Like, I feel that's kind of cheap, but I don't think it's implicitly bad. Also, how does it impact pattern recognition? Like, the bosses have the same attacks. Interrupts the pattern of the boss. The pattern relies on your input. Because your inputs aren't... Your inputs don't affect the pattern of the boss. The boss's attack animations are always the same. It does if it's in... No. I don't think I agree with that. Because it doesn't matter how fast the boss is reacting. The boss is still the same boss. It will break out of an attack cycle. Oh, so it cancels animations. That is very different. That is very different from what was being described. You know, actually canceling its animations is an issue. Like I feel like an enemy should not be allowed to cancel animations unless it's like supposed to be using the same mechanics as the player and the player has intended animation cancels. In which case I could see that being fine. Got most of my combat experience in PvP, so I never found it too. Well, in PvP there is no pattern. Like that is pure reactionary. Also breaks the overarching patterns the boss has, dash, slam, slam. That doesn't matter. You're not going to notice that pattern. That pattern doesn't exist, actually. It's just fight the boss. Because I can't read their AI. And see, in Hollow Knight, I can actually pull up the boss's AI and study that. I can't study this guy's AI. Although, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. What was I saying? Could have missed it. Yeah, attacks. True. I'm not paying any attention to the game right now. If Artorias can pattern ring, he could decide to say, I will only dash and then immediately wide swing because you stepped 2 meters closer, actually. Well, yeah. The player's proximity does impact how the boss fights. Like, he's probably not going to do the circle swing if I'm on the other side of the arena. He's probably going to do a jump attack. You can totally... Read Dark Souls boss patterns. Oh no, I was saying I can't read it because I don't know how to. I haven't looked into it. If you mean the raw AI. If you're talking about the patterns, no. I haven't paid attention or noticed any patterns. Everything has been reactionary and just learning the boss. Like there's sometimes where I can kind of feel by vibe what they might be about to do, but I've never noticed anything to where, like, I definitively know what the next attack is going to be. Okay. Okay, new rule. I am not allowed to jump attack after a dodge roll. Because that leaves me vulnerable. Oh, except for the fucking strafe dodge roll means I'm not close enough for this massive ass hammer to be able to hit them. Oh, and we're fucking... Oh, now he's invincible all the dodge roll. What the heck? Man. Fucking get hit by the attack. Okay, do any of these give a shit? I don't think so. Given how slow the wind-up is. What did I say? Oh, no, I was just fucking talking about... I was just thinking about if the, Oh, in terms of boss patterns? No. No, I'm more so just, like, gradually assimilate the boss, like, reactionary style. Like, occasionally I can kind of just feel by vibe what they might be about to do, but I don't think there's ever been a scenario where I know definitively what the next attack is going to be before the boss does it. Some randomness, but certain attack sequences always happen in an order. Yeah, but see, I'm too busy fighting the boss to pay attention to that kind of stuff. I also just have never considered that, like, it hasn't manifested as a possible strategy. Like I sometimes do that in Hollow Knight, but when I do that in Hollow Knight, I actually just look at the boss's AI, and it's for, like, the simpler bosses where it's like, oh, they do this attack 3 times in a row, and then they're guaranteed to do this other attack. on. Jump at me. Do you want to? Oh, still, don't. Really? Oh, fuck. Why did this like... Okay, the follow-up does less damage than the initial? Yeah, just don't get hit. Yummy. Oh my goodness, fuck off. Wait, did you... It feels like they actually did an animation cancel there. Or maybe they just did the swing really fast. It usually doesn't matter because you can react to everything time, for attacks that are too fast, or deal tons of damage. It's really good practice to look out for what attacks can lead into them. Eh. You don't need to predict stuff if you're just good at the fight. Like, the only time predicting things is, like, actually necessary, I feel, is, like, if you're doing, like, a niche challenge run that's outside the goat, that's outside the scope of the, like, intended gameplay. Although I suppose this would be an example of being outside the goat of the game. One thing that I do like about Crime is the stain equivalent gives you a full heal when you collect it. So you can kind of just go into a boss fight, die, and then just leave a full heal just lying around. Simple impact strategy to Dark Souls well, so you either do that or you just gotta know. Oh, fuck. It's just another option that goes on. Well, I mean, you don't have to level up or get tankier. You can just get good at the fight. Because apparently leveling up and getting tankier is cheating and you're over-leveling. I was putting that around quotation marks if you couldn't hear. Very time consuming? Not really. It's not like I'm just like playing risky and hoping for good RNG. Like I'm paying attention to the attacks and learning the timings. I'm just not trying to micromanage the boss. How long have you been under Artorias? I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. It's a non-factor. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter how long I spend on a boss, as long as I eventually beat it. Oh my god, a running attack does 70, a standing attack does 68. Yami, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you referring to? Oh, 61, my bad. Like, I don't pay attention to time. Like, that's just not a thing my brain cares about. Really, in effect, you're just input reading them based on animations. Yeah, that's called being reactionary. You see what the boss is doing, and then you do something because the boss did a thing. It also, it doesn't help if you're not paying attention to the game. Which works until he does the funny backflip. Yeah, honestly, that backflip is the only thing that is an issue. Because, like, it's such short notice that you can't really react to it. Which is very annoying. You can't read the funny backflip. It has a 2-frame windup and almost always hits you in the middle of your animation. Okay, I'm gonna try and actually pay attention this time. Okay. Immediately forgetting my lesson about jump attack after a dodge roll. I thought he couldn't do the backflip after that attack. Well, I mean, they said that they can't do it after the triple attack, but that's the same animation, so I figured it would also qualify. Really? Why? This thing feels like it should be, like, this thing feels like it should have a lot more reach. Like, that feels like it should have hit. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I could just actually just run around and exclusively dodge everything until they do the triple backflip. Triple backflip! Oh my goodness, no, the triple slam. But that would take ages, and I don't wanna. Although, it is sometimes a good strategy to just exclusively dodge until you're, like, confident you can dodge everything, and then try to start finding the spots for attacks. You made Hollow Knight mods? I have technically made one Hollow Knight mod. I have looked at The FSMs for some of the bosses. I did not look at the FSM for the player. I did not realize the player had an FSM. Same types of SSMs. Take pen and paper and map it to learn the patterns. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be using pen and paper, but that does sound like a fun little side quest. Although, that would be tedious. Because you can't pause after each attack. I wonder with Mask of the Mother and like my extra defense from the humanity, I wonder if damage tank strats is viable in this game state. Like if I just throw on the Havel armor, can I just smack him and heal? That would be very funny. I'm gonna try that because it would be very funny. Don't you struggle to do damage tank strats with like real equipment? No. No. I got the fight fucking first try when I did that with like a high level. Okay, I'm not gonna be rolling. Type of mushroom are you? My tuber is based on one of the enemies from Hollow Knight, so I actually have no idea. I don't know if it's based on any real world mushroom. Would the extra defense from the Havel's Helm outweigh the extra health? Because the extra health is being affected by all of the defense modifiers. So that was one thing I was thinking about the other day. If the effective health bonus from more defense is higher than the effective health bonus of more health with all the previous defense. Like, I feel like the extra health would... Because it's getting modulated by everything. I feel like the extra health would be worth more. Doesn't Artorias deal magic damage? Fuck if I know. The game doesn't give you any information. Like, that's the kind of information that would be good for the game to give you. Oh, fuck you. The slowed down attack animation would be an issue with that. And it seems like the poise also just isn't high enough to fully tank everything. But maybe... if I swap this for Wolf Ring... although I think I had Wolf Ring. Oh no, it's not changing the animation swing. Odd. Remove the shield. Removing the shield doesn't affect anything. Like even with the Havel's ring, my equip load is just way too high. The shield is just there for the stamina regeneration. And also it's on my back, so that shouldn't impact anything. Like, unless there's another mechanic the game doesn't explain. Wait, am I what? Oh, that's some bullshit. Okay, nope, I'm stupid. Thanks, Yami. Regardless of held or not. No, I know that. I just did my math wrong in my head. Well, not math, more like... I guess I was just thinking that I was fine on equip load. I didn't realize that the shield was pushing me over. Which is stupidly annoying. What are you talking about? That's intuitive, if anything. Yo! Fuck. Why would it be annoying? I actually poise broke him. That's hilarious. Annoying for later games? Okay. Oh, is it like, oh, funny, haha, rings have equip load? Because honestly, I'm surprised rings don't weigh like 0.25 or something. Like, I think that would be annoying, but reasonable. Don't actually answer that. That's just me thinking. Something else, and it's genuinely annoying. Now I'm curious. Game! Player! Character! What the fuck are you doing? Okay, no jump attack. Jump attack just... No, that doesn't seem like it's a good idea. And just to confirm, Artorias is completely immune to bleed. Because if I'm not busy dodging, I could potentially just use the Jagged Ghost Blade a bunch. Very minor spoiler, but I think you don't want to... Oh no, I don't want to know anything. Okay, so 3 hits is a poise break. Yeah, like, optimally, whenever I go into a new game, he's not immune to bleed? Interesting. The resistance is very high. Oh, so he might just effectively be immune, because it's impossible to get enough bleed buildup because your attack animation is too slow. But yeah, optimally, when I go into a new game, I don't know anything. Like, if it's a game that like, if it's a game that I'm interested in, I would only prefer to know, like, the title and, like, maybe a very bare bones synopsis. But, like, if it's a game that someone's recommending to me, I would honestly prefer some system that would allow me to just boot the game up without even seeing the title. Although I know that's not very feasible, most likely. Like, the only way I could see that being doable is if, like, I have, like, mods that I have, like, a private game suggestion where people send it straight to the mods. The mods filter it to be like, okay, this is one they would definitely be interested in. And then, like, they just send that to me directly. And then, like, I just fucking download it the day before. So all I have is the title. Why would you want to boot a game without saying the title? Well, just for the, like, just pure full spoiler. It's just getting dropped down into a game with 0 expectations, 0 previous knowledge. Just bloop, here's a thing, try and beat it. You get expectations from a title. What are you? Well, I mean, not necessarily. I just don't want to know anything. I would prefer to go in completely blind. Oh, him dodge rolling around is going to be an issue for bleed. But yeah, no, actually, that is a good point. Trying to get a read from a title is a very bad idea. Because, like, case in point, this title has nothing to do with the game. Like, there is no, like, there's only fucking 2 Dark Souls, and it's exclusively in the DLC. So the title tells you nothing. I don't feel like the book by its cover analogy is completely accurate, because that's mainly like intended to be like, hey, don't write off a book because of its title. Which, like, I wouldn't write off a game because of its title. Like, I would still play it. Like, there's only one flaw in this plan. This is also under the assumption that this embedding mod would always perfectly know what games you're interested in. Yeah. Although, I would imagine, like, after I've played enough games on stream, the general community would just know which games I like better than I do. What? Havel, why is there spikes on the back of your armor? If anything, the spikes should be sloped the other way, so that they don't, like, direct the blade towards you. I feel like that's an impossible task. Not really. I feel like it would be really easy, actually. Because, like the community... Considering the TISM letting you turn through any game. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like people are generally better at getting a read on other people than I am. So, like, I guess I'm kind of just assuming that people will understand my personality better than I understand myself. And I also don't feel like it's that big of a stretch for people to tell if I do or, like, how much I like a game. Also, there is, like... granted, I've only done it once, but I do try and do, like, an end-of-year just tier list of all the games I streamed, so that could give a vague idea of, like, which types of games I enjoy more. If you finished it in a week and people were just busy that week. Yeah, but... like, most every... like, I highly doubt the entire community is going to be busy for that 1 week. Especially, like, if you get into, like, the higher echelon of streaming and you have, like, a fuck ton of viewers. Okay. I don't think this is going to be viable. My animations are just too slow. This works under the assumption of fuck ton of viewers. Well, yeah, but, like, that's the end goal. That is the natural progression. But no, I'm not talking about now. I'm just talking in general. I think it's feasible for a community to get a feel of what their streamer likes to play. And then they vote to explicitly only play games that the streamer doesn't like, so that they rage, and then the chat goes lol lamau. Rafflecopter. How many games will you get through and take you to that point? Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It's just a passive thing. Because, like, and, like, even though that would be, like, optimal for me, I wouldn't necessarily want... Actually, well, I mean, I feel like regardless of how I would want it to be done, people are going to do one of two things. They are either going to vote. They are either going to recommend games that they think I would like, or they are going to recommend games that they like. Or I guess maybe they would recommend games that they just want to see me play, because for one reason or another. And then like I put them into the poll, and then people just vote for whatever they want. Okay. Sadly, Havel Armor must go away. Or recommend games they think the stream will like. True, true. There might be some people paying attention to chat and being like, oh, they're going to get a kick out of this one. Generally speaking, chat likes Spain. Yeah, which... Actually, I don't think I have a comment on that one. I mean, that is just a factual statement. For small amounts of viewers like right now, it's mostly going to be games you'll like. If you have a ton, it'll be exclusively popular games, because they're popular and thus the most amount of people will like that game. Or absolute horror rage garbage. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose the population density chart would be an issue. Because, like, I don't always, like, a game being popular doesn't implicitly mean it's bad. It just means that it's already been covered to death by fucking everybody else. Like, there's, like, quite a few streamers playing... Blueprints right now, because it's like the new hot puzzle game. Like, I'm probably gonna wait until that dies down before I play it for myself. Well, stream it for myself. I already played it a little bit. Especially if you're a variety streamer, it'll be nigh impossible to cultivate a niche community that will always recommend stuff in the niche, because variety and all that. Yeah. Like, I think, for me personally, if I had to describe a niche, I would say puzzle games, because I like those, but also I haven't actually played puzzle games in a decent bit. But also... like, I don't always have to do a vote. Like, within the next couple games, I think I'm gonna just take an executive order and just play a game that I want to play. Because, like, I want to play The Witness, but nobody votes for The Witness. Well, of the one time it was in a poll, it got a single vote. The Witness. It's a puzzle game. I don't know anything about it other than it's a puzzle game. I'm definitely gonna vote for Vector. You know, I want to see your brain melt. I want to see how you play a top-down mouse and keyboard game. Woe kind of made a joke about it. Like, they said like play a shorter game in like type of preference change. So I'm actually kind of curious to see if the votes for the next vote differ drastically, because like some of the games in it are definitely like long games. How to lose the server for the... yeah, like Factorio, honestly, just from the little bit that I know about it, could take longer than Dark Souls. Because then you also have to account for the possibility that I really enjoy the game, And then after I beat it, I'm like, okay, time to do funny no automation challenge run. See you in 500 hours. 500 more hours. So the total stream time is especially if you include the DLC. Yeah, no. Like, I always include DLC by default, but I am open to case-by-case basis of if, like, I imagine there's some games where the DLC is effectively just an entirely different game, where I could potentially argue to play the DLC separate as its own standalone thing. But for something like The Binding of Isaac, where all of the DLC is basically just expansions to the base game, no, I'm just going to include all the DLC from the start. The game explicitly warns you to play the base game before the DLC. That's funny. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom and refill my water and stuff. I will be back. Okay, I am back. But yeah, in regards to the next game vote, it would not surprise me if people voted for a shorter game. Although they could have potentially anticipated Dark Souls being short, because for most people it is short because they cheat and just have people tell them what to do. You did play Terraria? Yes, I have played Terraria quite a bit. Like, I didn't like thoroughly complete it or anything when I was playing it. But I do have a few hundred hours into it. But I think I like stopped playing like shortly before the last major update. Yeah, like, last played November 15th, 2023. 60 out of 115 achievements. So, like, a little over half. Although, I would nuke the achievements for the stream. Just so it's like a fresh start. Terraria Calamity. Is Calamity Mode a mod, or is that official? Because I've seen that around quite a bit, and I cannot tell. It's a mod? Okay, then I'm not playing that. At least not until I beat the base game. I feel like Terraria is very similar to Campus Terraria, where it's highly recommended to play with a veteran or have a veteran fan to ask for help on the regular. No, that's cheating. I'm not gonna have people just fucking help me. Well, I'm not gonna have them tell me what to do. If I get stuck, I just fucking got stuck. I need to get better at the game. It's an overhaul mod. Oh, okay. So someone took a look at the game and said, "Fuck you, I can do better." Joking. Okay, does anyone know if Artorias has cheese, or is it actually just get good? Both games have a ton of niche oddities they will not know because the game doesn't tell you about them. And if the game doesn't tell me, then I don't get to use that mechanic. I mean, fucking Dark Souls. Case in point. Like, if the game doesn't see fit to inform me about something, then that means that I'm not intended to know about that thing unless I find it on my own. Go 100% Noita. That's not possible. Noita is, like, explicitly designed to be a community-solved puzzle game. The community hasn't solved the puzzle, so therefore it's impossible for me to solve the puzzle. You'd rather leave something undiscovered than have someone tell you, hey, there's something here? 100%. Absolutely. Because, one, that leaves the possibility for me to actually solve it or find it later, which would be really satisfying. Two, like, if someone just gives me the solution, that's just very, very unsatisfying. And, like, disrespectful, in my opinion. Like, if I'm explicitly asking for the solution, then that's different. But I don't want someone to just pipe up and be like, oh, you missed something there. Because, like, if I missed something, that means I'm either not being observant enough, I'm not being thorough enough, or, like, there's some information later in the game that is given to me, so then I know, oh, that's a thing I can interact with. So it potentially messes with the curve of the game. And also, if I didn't notice something, but there's bonus in that secret, that bonus could then make me stronger. But if I didn't solve the challenge or puzzle to get that bonus, I shouldn't have the items or the upgrade or whatever. Because that then impacts how I play the rest of the game. So, like, say there's a breakable wall, and behind it there's, like, a speed boost item. If I don't notice that, versus if someone just tells me that's there, that is going to be two very different playthroughs. If I have the ability to just, like, do a super dash much earlier than I'm actually supposed to be able to do a super dash. And also, like, specifically for the context of, like, a blind playthrough, like, the purpose of the blind playthrough is to give my genuine blind first-hand experience. And so if I don't notice something, then that's just part of, like, the experience. That's the, like, the imprint in history, or whatever, for lack of a better phrase, of, like, my experience with the game without having encountered the game before. So if someone, like, is telling me about stuff, that, like, completely, like, invalidates part of the blind thing. And, like, blind playthroughs are very useful because they're a rare commodity, because you can only do them once. And also, I imagine they're useful for developers as well. Like, being able to see a genuine initial reaction to their level design, so they can see, oh, maybe I made that too obscure, or, oh, maybe, like, this isn't going the way I anticipated the players to interact with it. And then there's also just the layer of personal preference. I don't like people just giving me the solutions to things. Like, it's very unsatisfying, and personally, I feel that spoilers and solutions to puzzles, I feel like, is the utmost of disrespect, and is, like, borderline, quote-unquote, gamer assault, for lack of a better term. Because if you tell someone how to beat a boss, yeah, sure, that's spoilers on how you should fight the boss, but you still have to be skilled enough to actually do it. If someone tells you the solution to a puzzle, they have fundamentally and irrevocably stolen a portion of the game from you that you will never get back. So it's like, it would be the equivalent of they take your copy of the game and just mod out the boss entirely. You can never fight that boss again. What if the one giving the spoilers is the developer? That's even worse. Because, like, that's just disrespectful to the player. Like, what's the point of making a game or a puzzle or whatever if you're just gonna tell the player the solution? Like, to quote Simple Flips, and to botch the quote, I would much rather run in circles for 2 hours than have the creator of the game tell me what to do. Actually, let me find this actual fucking quote. Yeah, here's a fucking timestamp. Oh, YouTube, fuck off. Oh my goodness, how many ads are in this thing? In the context of a developer that may know something no player could possibly know without their intervention, irrelevant. They should have included that information in the game. The approach is valid under the assumption that everything is discoverable by accident or observing. But I'm thinking if I cover things that just aren't discoverable on your own, well, then that's just bad game design, and I am at the mercy of the game. There's no time-gated event or anything locking you out permanently, so enough time you can stumble into everything in the game sooner or level later. But that isn't true for every single game that exists. Well, there isn't a time gate, but there is some things that can be locked out. But I suppose, like, if you allow for New Game Plus looping, then yeah, you could just stumble into everything eventually. Yeah, no, I feel like if there is something that is genuinely not feasible for the player to discover without outside information, I feel like that's just bad game design. And like that should be like notified to the developer so they can take it into account for future projects. Staff secrets aren't inherently just bad game design. That's just them enjoying your content so much they want to tell you something only the creators know. No, that is bad game design. In my opinion, that is bad game design. Because if you are making a game, it should be possible for the player, through the information provided by the game, to find everything. Like, the only possible exceptions would be, like, maybe, like, super obscure or niche Easter eggs that don't actually impact the gameplay or completion. Do you care about Terraria spoilers? It depends on what it is, because, like, there's some things in Terraria that I just already know. So it might be something that I've encountered, but I just, like, I'm not thinking of right now. But I do care about spoilers. It's just I don't know if the thing you're talking about would be something I would already know. But no, I feel like if there's like a legitimate mechanic or something that like the developers put into a game but did not give the players a way to discover through the game course, I feel like that's bad game design. The intended solution shouldn't be the developer tells you what to do. And the intended solution should not be your friend tells you what to do. The intended solution should be something in the game. Something that you can legitimately find from paying attention to what the game is providing and like just messing around with the mechanics. It's not part of the new update, it's just about the game itself and niche details from the early updates. Is this like a genuinely useful mechanic, or is it just more like a little trivia thing that happens to be relevant at the moment? More of a haha fuck you. Okay, in that case, I don't want to know what it is. Because it, including a troll in a game, like, obviously the player's not meant to know about it beforehand. That's just like pitfall traps and stuff. Like, if the player knows about it, then it doesn't have the intended effect. Assuming you complete it. I think the furthest that I got would have been, like, mid-mech bosses. Oh! Oh, are you talking about the Dungeon Guardian? I know about the Dungeon Guardian. Oh, okay. The insta-kill Skeletron, if you take too long and it gets to morning. Post-mech bosses? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I've watched some videos about Terraria, like some challenge runs and stuff. So I know some of the post-mech boss content. So, like, I think I'm aware of all of the bosses. I just haven't fought them all myself. They're playing in their game through their world and story. Why is putting something in their world for them and their friends bad game design? That's implying they can't have fun with the space they're making. They already put in the effort to make the game. Having something hidden from the players is something to share. I don't think that's a completely different thing, because just including something for yourself and your friends is completely different from including a secret mechanic the players are intended to use. Like just including some random, like, developer intended only thing, like, that's not even game design. Like, the player isn't supposed to use that. Artorias, it is time to take your medicine. Your medicine is the man hammer. I don't think it would work super well in, like, this game specifically, because your stamina regenerates passively. But a boss attack or technique that, like, reduces your stamina would be interesting. Maybe it could be, like, a spell effect that slows down your stamina regeneration. Or perhaps maybe it's, like a unique variant of Curse that, like, reduces your stamina by, like, a fourth or a third or something. Never implied it was something major to the game. That could be a cheat, so it might be. Like, I guess what I was trying to convey is I feel like if there is a mechanic that is intended to be used in general gameplay, the game should absolutely be able to let the player know it exists. Spawn condition, yeah, the bulb. Anywhere in the jungle after a certain progression is met. You can only spawn after the progression. Things happening in the jungle. You could at that very moment go to the jungle, not find a single bulb, and then be confused. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Because it's not guaranteed to generate a bulb immediately upon the message appearing. Yeah, if that's the case, yeah, I can see that being a little annoying. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's implicitly bad. Because it's like, as long as you don't fully remove the jungle, like, you're gonna find a bulb eventually. It's intended to be used or discovered throughout the game. The developer shouldn't tell you. But a stat secret is very much not intended to be found without either effort or it being shared. Well, I'm saying that, like, something that is intended to be used throughout the game should be discoverable in the game. They are in a camp of game where playing with a vet or being able to ask a vet for advice is highly recommendable. I still disagree with that. Like, specifically for the context of, like, a blind playthrough where you don't want any help, I feel like being able to run into those things and, like, deciding whether or not you think that's a bad first experience, I feel like that's valuable information for developers. Because, like, let's say someone was playing Terraria blind entirely, and they get to that point, and they get the message about the jungle, they go there, they look around for a while, and nothing happens. They're like, fuck, this, what the hell is happening? So the player might assume it's just really hidden. But, like, other people watching, they realize what's going on and they're like, oh. And then maybe, like, people making their own games, or, like, maybe the devs of Terraria themselves or whatever. They see that and they go, oh, that is an issue. So, like, a simple solution would be just on the message of something is happening in the jungle, spawn maybe, like, 1 to 3 bulbs around the jungle. But also, even just the bulb itself. Like, I guess it's a unique spray, but, like, there's really no, like, direct indication that you should interact with it, I don't think. So in this context, you'd rather just get horribly stuck before playing Terra and just run around like a headless chicken? Well, I mean, there's... Well, 1, yes. But 2, I wouldn't be running around like a headless chicken. I'd be like, oh, okay, I came to the jungle, there's nothing here. I guess I'll just go fucking work on the rest of the skill tree. Maybe go explore the quote-unquote skill tree. Go explore the Sky Islands or something. Why would a mechanic intended to be used throughout the game not be discoverable? That's what I'm talking about. Like, in Dark Souls, there's a bunch of stuff that is only discoverable if you just fucking happen into it. Like, humanity increasing your defense, that is not explained anywhere. You just have to notice that. And, like, the fucking back hop into running attack thing, I don't think that's explained anywhere. Like, I found that randomly, like 300 hours in or something. And then also, like, unless you're looking in the, like, control rebinds, I don't think running jump is explained. But also, running jump isn't required for anything outside of, like, 2 to 3 pieces of bonus. I think the approach of this is assumed to be played with someone more experienced. It's fine, I think, because it helps the community. People will naturally start playing multiplayer, also breeds community. Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. I'm not saying it's bad to design a game like that. It's just, for my personal play style, it's bad. Because I don't play multiplayer, like, ever. And I don't want hints in any capacity. So for me personally, having the intended solution be somebody else just tells you that it exists, for me personally, that's bad. I don't like that. Like, I prefer a game to be a self-contained thing that someone could realistically find everything in the game just from playing the game and paying attention to the context clues. There's some arguments for things like that if the rest of the game is not like that. They're like tidbits of super fan things. Yeah. Like the bad cop and stuff, and the jump and whatever, like, that's not needed for beating the game. Those aren't main mechanics. I'm talking about, like, if it's a main mechanic, I feel like that would be bad. Factorial tried to be self-contained, but the devs didn't really do a good job. Yeah, but then that's just an instance of bad game design, and, like, that's something you can take notes on and you can learn and then do it better going forward. Okay, starting to feel like I'm missing something about this boss. Because I'm just getting fucked over and over and over. Okay, it doesn't help that my range is, like, fucking incredibly short. Factorio is very well designed in certain aspects. The onboarding is just bad if you're doing it blind. Well, I mean, that's pretty simple to fix. Just add a tutorial. Or just, like, more information blurbs. But maybe that wouldn't work. I don't know the structure of Factorio. If they try, it's not very effective, then make it more effective. Like, it might not necessarily be easy, but it is simple. Just make the tutorial better. Make it convey information better. Yeah, sorry. I was like, they had a portion where a mechanic like that cropped out with no explanation at all. Go to a stupid, they wouldn't tell me. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking sinuses. Making it more effective would be the equivalent of this as a solution. But that would be the game giving you the solution. And one, it's a tutorial, so it wouldn't be a solution. They would explain in game mechanics. But a game flat out giving you a piece of information is different from a developer flat out giving you a piece of information. Because if the game is just giving you information, then that's like part of the game design. You are intended to have that information. You know, for boss fights that take this long, here's an idea. Fucking boot up media share and let people just do like song requests. Although that would also be a bigger chat type interaction thing. Yeah, because I'm not making any progress. And I'm not sure what I need to do differently. Because this is the highest damage dealer that I have. Oh, no, please. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I'm trying to get good. It's not working. Like, one thing that would be really funny that I kind of want to do just for the meme is go get Sanctus. I feel like it would be really funny to use Sanctus for its healing properties. Like, just fucking, oh, I got hit, just let me go ahead and strafe for 7 minutes. And just for context, in case you're not aware, the Sanctus is a shield that passively regenerates your health while it's equipped, but it heals like 2 health every 2.5 seconds. So it's complete and utter garbage. So yeah, it would be like 13 minutes for a full heal if I was at 0 health. I don't care if the game nudges me in the direction or a friend I'm playing with, but I understand you only want to experience the game in a self-contained form. Have fun playing Factorio for like 1,000 hours. Thanks. I'm gonna end up building a computer out of necessity because I missed one single mechanic, so I need to program it in via conveyor belt logic gates. Yeah, I know healing is supposed to be a premium in this game, but like I feel like they could have made the Sanctus like useful in any capacity. Like the only place I see Sanctus being useful is if like you're doing a challenge run where like you're not allowed to use like active healing sources. So like you would basically be limited to like regeneration spell and Sanctus. But like in terms of casual gameplay, the healing effect of Sanctus is so small that it's basically non-existent because of how much damage everything does. And also based on where it's located in the game, which is the bottom of the Tomb of Giants, and it is on an invader. So you have to get to the bottom of the Tomb of Giants with your humanity intact. So that means bare minimum, you have to go from the bottom bonfire down with your humanity intact, which isn't terrible. That's actually doable. But like, if you want to do that, then you have to fucking have the bottom bonfire, which means you have to fucking walk back up if you don't have the Lord Vessel. Like, it just feels like... It feels like Sanctus was meant as a joke. Because it's, like, pretty difficult to get to for the amount of effect it gives. Like, unironically, I believe that the Grass Crest shield and Sanctus would be more balanced if they swapped their locations. Because the Grass Crest is, like, really, really powerful, but it's also relatively early game. Having a really minor healing thing early game, I think that would be better balancing compared to where it actually is, but also, because Sanctus isn't a 100% physical, yeah, sure, you got the healing, but if you're trying to use it as a shield, eventually you're going to want to just swap it with a 100% physical shield. I don't think Grass Crest Shield is that strong. It's a very powerful crutch. Because, like, if you have all 3 stamina bonuses, your stamina regenerates, like, damn near instantly. And also, I don't know if it's necessarily that, like, it's super strong, but it's just, like, if you're going to be two-handing your main weapon, like, having a shield, having a stamina regeneration for free in the offhand slot, just, like, there's no reason to not use it unless you're, like, close to equip load threshold. So I guess it's less that it's strong enough that I want to use it, and more so that there's no reason to not use it. It's not free, though, it's for weight. It weighs 3 weight. If you're not using armor, that's free. Speaking of. That 3 can be you enough, which is why I said unless you are close to a threshold. But, like, most of the time, it's free. It's free or it isn't. Exactly. Most of the time it's free until it's not, and then you deal with it when it stops being free. Why are you wearing armor? Are you planning to hit? I'm wearing the armor because it doesn't matter if I'm planning to get hit. I'm going to get hit. So I'm wearing the armor for 3 purposes. 1, like, very minimal amount of poise. 2, very minimal amount of defense. And 3, it doesn't impact my roll capacity, so why not? Like, the vast majority of my defense is coming from having 99 humanity. Like, the armor is doing next to nothing. What the fuck is humanity? Okay, that's borderline spoilers because it implies that humanity isn't in the future games. Although that isn't possibly something you could have known. If you don't know the mechanic exists in any capacity. But that 99 up on my HUD, that is humanity. Alternatively, it's called something else in other games. True. But humanity is an item that you can consume. Negative information isn't always actual information. True. You can consume it to get 1 humanity plus a full heal. And then after you consume it, this number goes up by 1. Down here. And this impacts things like the odds of an item dropping and your resistance to curse, but it also impacts your defense. So at 0 humanity, my base physical defense is 20, and like 13 and stuff. At 99, it's like over 100 bonus defense. But yeah, Yami, that is a good point. I need to get better about making assumptions based on limited information and connecting dots that don't all exist. I just don't know much of anything about Dark Souls. I only played one game. Oh, okay. When you said previously that you hadn't played the first game, I thought that meant you had played the rest of the series. You just never bothered playing the first one. But yeah, now my base defense is 129. So yeah, having 99 humanity gives me over 100 extra defense, which is the only reason I'm surviving most of these attacks. It's the only reason I'm surviving the dash attack. I dodge roll! What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this game? The dodge roll is so inconsistent. It was so good for 500 hours, and then now it's just shitting the bed. Played one game and like 3 minutes of Bloodborne. Oh, okay, so you got to see the title screen and the intro cinematic. And then you were like, nope, fuck this game. You'll always connect the dots, given you only have limited information. Your brain will try to find connections. Yeah, but I mean, like, I need to get better at ignoring that impulse. Because that sometimes makes me, like, assume information that isn't implicitly true. Okay. Okay, I need fucking something else. Anything else. Because Artorias is not getting beaten this way. Like, I'm not making any progress. He's killing me before I get a fucking... like, one of his health chunks gone. Calamite. I can't try Calamite because fucking I don't have access to the archer. I don't think Calamite's entity state is the same as their boss state. Unless, like, you can actually cause them to fall down yourself by shooting a great arrow. It's hard to ignore when you need that impulse to detect spoilers and tell people off. True, that is fair. Like, it would be cool if you could, like, knock Calamite onto the ground without Gao's assistance. Like, I do have Nito and Four Kings available. Like, I do know Calamite has a health bar, but they don't have a boss health bar. So it's very possible that they don't count as a killable entity. Although, actually, Calamite and also Stray Demon, like, early Asylum Stray Demon, was not in the video that Woe sent me about people just hacking in infinite damage to kill the unkillable entities. Never trying to spoiler anything. I shouldn't even consider the implications of not knowing what a mechanic is. Oh no, you're absolutely fine. Like, I am never going to... I'm going to try... Like, I don't want to... like, yell at someone for spoiling through ignorance, because that is not something you can control. Like, it is impossible to account for things that you do not know. Okay. My OBS sources is a complete garbage. That must be this area doesn't appear again in the sequels. How's Solus going? Solus is going terribly. I just spent 2.5 hours getting my ass kicked by Artorias. I got him to like half health once, and then every other time I'm like not even getting a single health bar through. And right now I'm going through my OBS sources trying to find where the fuck this text source is. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to move back to my actual primary non-practice save file. Longer in Artorias practice mode. This is the real save file. Okay, that's one thing that I don't get. Why does it take me 5.5 years to stand up? Like maybe it's just time perception due to being like in a boss fight versus not in a boss fight. But even in a boss fight, sometimes it feels like I stand up almost instantly, but then other times it feels like it takes me actually like 7 to 10 seconds to stand up. I wonder if I can't stand up after breaking their bones. They need to just walk it off. Have some Estus. Okay. I believe... I have access to Nito and 4 Kings. I think every other... can only cure the wounded and the pain. My limited understanding of biology tells me that curing the wound implicitly does cure the pain, except for the part where the brain is stupid and phantom pain exists. But I think I've gotten rid of all bosses. I think I've handled all bosses except 4 Kings and Nito in the main world. Also Gwyn, but that's a given. Gwyn is the last boss. Because I took out Ceaseless, I took out Bed of Chaos, so all the fire bosses are dead. Okay, there is no reason to keep the Chaos Covenant alive, because I do have access to the Warp, and I've already gotten the fucking Chaos Storm, and the door to Izalith is open. So this is just a free Estus upgrade. Because there is also just a bonfire 2 feet away. You do no soul for every single Souls games? I will at least attempt it, just because it's funny. Assuming the soul mechanic is more or less the same, I think it could work. Like, it has the novelty appeal because it's in the title of the game, but it's also just no money is just a classic challenge run that can fit with a lot of different games. Like, personally, I would prefer it to be, like, without collecting money, but that's not super feasible for this game. Because that would just instantly turn into full pacifist because you're automatically given money. But also, the bosses just force you to collect money. Unless there's, like, maybe some way to avoid it by, like, save quitting at certain thresholds or whatever. You're not beating Soul Stream. Like, yes, I am, because after I'm done with this thing, I'm not playing another Souls-like for, like, at least, like, maybe 2 to 4 games. So, I played Dark Souls for about 6 months. Hopefully I take a break for about 6 months. Everything will balance out. Two to 4 games taking 6 months. I mean, that's like 1.5 to 2 months per game. I think Talos Principle 2 took 2 months. Or maybe that was a month. I don't remember because, for whatever reason, my account wasn't connected to... I think that might have been before I actually properly connected my account to Twitch Tracker. So, like, all of my time playing Talos Principle 2 just isn't logged on that site. But, I mean, there's some games that don't take me very long, mainly because there's just not that much to do. Or because, like, I finished the game and I'm like, no, fuck the bonus, I'm not doing that. Like, Iconoclasts is a very good example, because there was, like, a boss rush mode, and then also a one-hit mode that I just did not want to deal with. Although I might go back and do, like, game cleanup at some point. What did you do? I learned that I have limits. I had character development is what happened. Okay, I do not have Catacombs Bonfire. Okay, well, let's go try and kill Nuto. Oh, I'm not a sorry fool. Also, apparently one of these graves has like an interaction state, or at least it's considered an NPC for some reason. Silly Metroidvania you could complete in an afternoon versus 530-hour-long action RPG. How about silly Metroidvania that is also fucking like 200 to 300 hours, aka Hollow Knight. Fuck, how... I am super curious as to how big Silksong is gonna be. Now that it's finally been officially... Like, we have an official release. Because you brought it up earlier. No, I know. I was saying, like, the person who would win in that metaphorical fight would be something like Hollow Knight that has the best of both worlds. I'm mildly surprised that they didn't really, at least none that I found. They didn't have any secrets with the graves. It's just a bunch of items. It's always Dead Cells. I've played Dead Cells a little bit. I don't think I played it enough to determine whether or not I like or dislike it. Don't really like Iconoclasts. Gave up after 30 minutes because mechanics were annoying. Do you remember specifically which mechanics were annoying? Because I can't think of anything that I actively disliked off the top of my head. The final boss fight against Black was very annoying. Going in circles, dashing under tunnels after the first boss. Yeah, I'm not sure what that might be in reference to. The first boss, I believe, is like just in town. It's like a big robot dude. You fight it with the pirate lady. Looks like a big can or something. Very vague memories. Yeah, no, absolutely understandable. Fuck off. Fuck off. I don't want to fight. I just want to kill your boss. Did you just say understandable? I mean, I don't know, possibly. The real question is, did you understood me? Now, unfortunately, you can't just take the coffin down. That would be really convenient, just to be able to go straight to Nito. Looking images online, apparently thinking of the third boss. It's the big green skull boy. Oh, in like a small cave. In the desert area. Wait. That's not the, wait, that's not the third boss. It's the second boss. Oh, he's not dead. The third boss I thought was the helicopter. The first boss is a floating red and purple star. What? Excuse me? Oh, I fucking forgot that the spine controller existed. Okay, fair. Yeah, no, I completely forgot that existed. Oh, fuck off! Here's an idea. How about the game gives me a ring that makes me survive on 1 HP, and then I just fucking jump off the side. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you physics. Let us see if we can. Oh, hello, asshole. Wait. I can't recall, did I? I guess I didn't kill you up top. Hmm. Ooh. I was frames away from death. Okay. I will attempt to get Sanctus, just so I have it available. But if he's gonna be a dumbass and just walk off the cliff, there's nothing I can do about it. Cool helmet, indeed. This helmet is why I didn't do any of the Tomb of Giants already. Because if I didn't have this helmet, I would have had to use my offhand slot to, oh, I don't even have it, to hold a torch, which is very annoying. Hello, Mr. Jenkins. Let's fight in the cave. Oh, well. Oh, that's interesting. He can actually bonk on the ceiling. That's good to know. Okay. That was one of the skeleton boys falling off of the map. Okay, I have been informed that you can do slight cheese by wearing both of the sneaky rooms. Ooh, actually, I need to wear the Mask of the Mother all the way from the bonfire, so I don't have to waste an Estus on recovering it. And then apparently this blocks his ground stab attack if he decides to use it, because it doesn't actually have a full-size hitbox. That is so stupid. This game was programmed on duct tape. Why would they not give that a full-sized hitbox? Oh no, I actually hate that. Because that is exclusively durability, which is actually an issue for me. Okay, let's see what this shield does. Nice. Oh wait, no, this guy is probably completely immune to bleed. Plenty of misplaced, missing additional hitboxes. Yeah, possibly. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, if you don't have the skeletons on your ass, this guy is a joke. I'm off? Okay, have a good day. Oh, but the toxic's gonna be annoying. I guess so he has like one attack that can hit you. Two attacks if you count the explosion. Oh my, okay, am I two-handing? Okay, now I'm no longer two-handed. I don't want to be two-handed. Okay, I don't think I actually care about the humanity defense for that one. I think for that one, I might actually just use Havel Armor, because I'm not moving or dodging. So Havel Cheese will once again be saving the day. And then I might use the giant hammer, because presumably Nito is completely immune to bleed. Because he's a bunch of skeletons. Okay, you know what? I don't care about the Estus cost of putting the hat on later. Okay. Okay, that does still do the same side animation. And you can two-hand the Pyromancy Flame for some reason. Oh wait, sweet. I do get my humanity. So I have super uber mega defense. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this guy to get right up on me, and then I will use Chaos Storm to just start off. I want him right up next to the wall. There you go. Why were you not dropping your weapon? Thank you. I was spamming the stop being in two-handed mode button. Do I have to just do I have to actually hold the input? And like I'm just actually pressing it too fast? Or something? Feels like normally I can just tap it and be fine. There we go. You're stuck with me. I have no idea how to open this game. Don't worry, we'll figure it out together. Okay, that's one more boss down. relatively easy fight if you know the cheese. I honestly don't know how they expected you to fight that guy normally. Because, like, if you don't have significant enough armor, all the skeletons are just going to constantly poise break and bleed you. But then if you do have significant enough armor, you kind of just lock him into an explosion loop where he's just killing his own minions. But then they respawn almost instantly. I expect you to not get hit. I don't see how that's feasible. Because the intended version of the fight, he has like 3 or 4 normal skeleton enemies over here. And then also I think he has 3 of the giant skeletons. And all of those, even if they die, they respawn like 3 to 5 seconds later. Like they regenerate. So, like, they're just constantly harassing you. Like, even if you run away, they will chase you. And then, even if you run away, he has that long-range blade from the ground attack that, I guess, normally you're supposed to fucking dodge roll with good timing. Oh my goodness. That spike passed right in front of the camera. But based on how I was moving, it, like, the motion looked super fluid and natural. I thought some giant enemy in the background, just a random spawn that I have never seen before. That's terrifying. Bad spike. Don't scare me like that. Does the game have something that procs against undead? Oh! Oh, the game does have... Okay, I don't have it, but the game does have a divine, which permanently kills undead things. So maybe that's what they want you to do. They want you to use a powerful divine weapon against the undead boss, thinking it'll do more damage. But then it also just has the side benefit of permanently killing the summoning minions. That's actually a very good point. That would make sense. Because, like, the other skeletons... Ow. Fire. Flashbang. The other skeletons also respawn until you kill the necromancer associated with them. And then they stop respawning. And by respawning, I mean regenerating. So, like, you kill them, their body falls apart, but then, like, a few seconds later, their body comes back together. But yeah, it is, like, an explicit mechanic that is not explained very well, that having a weapon with the divine effect causes them to not reconstitute. Am I not explained very well? I mean, there is a single NPC that might give you a hint that using divine against undead is particularly effective. So, like, there's a single NPC that gives you a vague line about using occult against undead. That is the extent of the game explaining the mechanic. Because see, like, if the game had like a bestiary or something, it could like explain it more thoroughly by like on the skeleton entry, it would be like, it could just say, oh, like, divine weapons prevent it from regenerating or something. Or like, divine weapons are particularly effective, etc., etc. But yeah, no, that's probably what they want you to do. That makes a lot more sense than just, oh hey, there's 7 additional immortal bonus enemies that just fuck you in the ass. I would eventually think divine damage hurts undead. No, that does make sense. That is intuitive. But it's specifically the divine countering the like the game does explicitly explain that divine weapons do more damage against undead. It's the divine weapons preventing them from regenerating that is not explained. Nice toasty camera. Okay. Okay. Four Kings is definitely gonna be a contender for worst boss in the entire run. Because they are a DPS check. Because after a certain amount of, like the boss spawns in, and then after a preset amount of time, another instance of the boss spawns in, and then another and another and another, up to 5 copies of the boss. So if you're not killing them fast enough, you're gonna start having 2, 3, 4 things on your ass. Kill him with... I don't think that's a weapon in this game. Although I do find it very funny whenever games include something like that, where like you can just use a random-ass ladle as an actual weapon. Breath of the Wild was very good about that. Although Breath of the Wild also had durability, so it's less effective as a meme weapon because it's going to break before you can actually kill the boss. Like, I'm not sure if there's many scenarios where weapon durability is, like, good. Like, I think it kind of works in Minecraft, because, like, every single thing you make, it's not, like, preset unique weapons around the map. And then also, like, durability forces you to manage your tools when you're exploring. But, like, I think for, like, Dark Souls and, like, Zelda, like, they don't really need durability. In fact, Zelda never had durability until Breath of the Wild. Squeaky hammer. Wait, Squeaky hammer was a thing in Breath of the Wild? Because Squeaky hammer, or is it the thing in this game? If the game has a durability mechanic, you should also have a repair mechanic. Yeah, absolutely. It was sold at the monster shop. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, like, but then it also, like, if you do have a way to repair stuff, the way you implement repairing has to not completely undermine the durability. Because, like, in the base game, if you're just playing casually for Dark Souls 1, durability is effectively non-existent Because as soon as you purchase the repair box, it takes like 200 to 300 soul per item. Really? To repair something if it's fully broken? So it's like what? Fucking like 2,000 soul if your entire main loadout is fully busted? That doesn't take very long to get. And also, the odds of your entire loadout being busted simultaneously is highly low. Because armor durability isn't super other than like lava, I guess. Lava does more armor durability. But like, there's two enemies, Nito, and then like one of the tube demons in Izalith. They have an attack that specifically does extra armor durability negation, or rather just durability downgrade in general. So that's interesting. That's an interesting mechanic. If you're gonna have durability, have an enemy that just actually targets the durability directly. But then like, after you beat Nito, oh well, he's dead, so he can't use that anymore. And then like, oh, you never go to Izalith again. So it's not like a super prevalent threat. So the vast majority of the time, durability is effectively non-existent. Like, I think there was one instance. I think there was one instance in my entire casual completion where I ever naturally got down into weapon at risk range when I wasn't explicitly breaking a weapon to see how that mechanic worked. There's no way to know durability without the weapon explicitly telling you? Really? Interesting. You know, you should absolutely let the player know how much durability is left. Even if it's just like an arbitrary percentage meter, like how Minecraft does it. I think in Breath of the Wild there is some weapons that are like permanently losable. Like I think the Korok sword, there's only a limited amount of them. But yeah, no, you shouldn't have to fucking travel back across the map to recollect a weapon that you particularly like. And also, if there's a weapon inside of a chest, it might be a one-time deal. Unless all chests close after a blood moon. I don't know if that's how that works, though. It would only tell you when it was about to break? Damn. Forest Dweller's weapons are all frame it and never touch it. Yeah. It's a limited resource, you're not allowed to use it. Oh shit, I should have been using the Dragon Headstone. I don't know, how resistant Nito is to... I think this does magic damage. If you open a chest, it stays closed? What do you mean closed? Or do you mean it stays open? Last time I checked, if you open a chest, it doesn't immediately reclose. Stays open, okay. Okay, I do not have the key. So I'm gonna have to go and get that. Oh wait, fuck, I'm not cursed. My fire doesn't do anything. If you open a chest and it immediately recloses, you either didn't have space or it's a mimic. I don't think mimics are in Zelda. At least I don't think I've seen them. Maybe they're just that good. I've never seen them. They're not in Batua? Okay. Okay, well, shield does nothing while I'm not cursed, so... Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get up to that room, and then, like, reload to Diagro, and then just fucking Havel armor. Havel armor to the rescue. Making it so you don't have to play the game. Oh, except I have a dragon head on. Fucking hell! Fucking just 3 of them instantly out of nowhere. I like mimics. They're cool. Although you gotta do them more creatively than just, oh, chest attack you. Because, like, once you're aware of the standard chest mimic, you're never gonna fall for it. You're just going to attack every single chest ever in every video game ever. So, like, you gotta get more creative. One idea I had for a mimic was have an item, like a really nice sword drop. And, like, when you collected it, you collect it as normal. But then if you try to equip it, it suddenly turns into an enemy and then starts attacking you. Wait, do ghosts just ignore the stealth stuff? Do they just not give a shit? They can just see you? Oh, yeah, no. The ghosts actually just do not give a shit about your stealth state. Okay, that's annoying. Manually using Estus through the inventory would be really cursed if you had to use that in a challenge run. Like, but the only time I could think of that being required is like don't equip anything challenge run. But having to manually heal would be the least of your concerns, given that you would be exclusively punching shit to death. Slowly. Oh, the town is the mimic? Fuck, that's terrifying. That's a very good story. Like a very good short story. I approve. Actually, I wonder if grinding for the Dragonstone torso would be worth it for a fist-only run. Probably. To plan the fact that the monster manual for one of the versions of D&D never specifies a size limit on mimics. I've heard the classic "the moon is a mimic" joke a bunch. Although, honestly, I feel like there shouldn't be a size limit on mimics. Because it's a shapeshifter, presumably it can't die due to aging. Because if it has that degree of control over its, like its cellular level, I would assume it doesn't age like a normal entity. So, like, if it lives long enough and just grows large enough, it could mimic a town. That seems feasible. Although, I imagine in a world where mimics are that prevalent, there's probably people actively hunting mimics to ensure they don't get to that size. Modern D&D mimics are also semi-intelligent, so if you feed them other victims, you can keep them as pets. Ew. The other mimic, the larger. Well, I mean, that's just generally how living things work. I actually had an idea for a character that had, like, it found, like, a baby mimic when it was really young, and they tamed it, and the Mimic's default form, after hanging out with them for so long, is the hat that they wear. It's like specifically a top hat, and then like the brim of the hat like spindles out into like spidery legs, and then the top of the top hat opens up into a mouth. It's like a little dog type thing. And also the Mimic's name was Brim. Fuck, I don't want to fight 4 kings. Fuck, I can't get to 4 kings. Oh, fuck off. Actually... Oh, fuck. Depending on your definition of punch, you could definitely use this for punch only. Although, its weapon type is not fist, so that would probably be banned by most people. That doesn't count as fisting? Yeah. Counts as, like, pyromancy flame catalystizing. Okay. This attempt, I'm just going to sprint past everything and hope they leave me alone. Although I do have to, get the fuck away from me. I do have to reload here to equip the Havel armor, because if I don't have significant poise, climbing the ladder just is not happening. Rip. Yeah, because there is specific weapons that have a weapon type fists. So, for fist only, there is a specific weapon category that you're allowed to use. Yo, I just realized, for Fist only, the only shield that you're able to get is the Dark Hand. Because it's the only shield that isn't a shield-type weapon. It's a fist-type weapon that just happens to have a bonus effect of being a shield. Most worst location in Dark Souls 1. Yeah, New Londo is annoying. Although, I don't think I would say it's the most worst. Like, worst? Possibly... Actually, shit. Actually, maybe it is New Londo, because the fucking ghosts and the... You have to be cursed and stuff.
Oh, hello. There I you this.
You
The four
this.
kings you all that but all if
You're using Storm Sword? I don't know what either of those things are, but please no spoilers about future games.
hello the
Wait, no, fuck, I have to stay alive. You don't play... No. This is my very first Souls-like. Or the first game in the Souls series for me. So no, I haven't seen anything of Dark Souls 3. And I would prefer to keep it that way. That was YouTube chat. Yeah, the red box is for YouTube chat, although YouTube chat is significantly less active than Twitch chat. Yeah, as per Twitch terms of service, you are not allowed to merge chat on screen from multiple platforms. That is some loud water. Very nice choice to play from the first game in the trilogy. I was originally planning on playing Demon Souls first, actually, so I could do the entire franchise in order, but I forgot that Demon Souls existed when it came time to start. Yeah, that is very loud. But yeah, no, I am intending on playing all of the games completely blind. So that means, like, absolutely no spoilers of any kind. I've already, like, fully completed DS1, so for DS1 specifically, spoilers are allowed, because I'm just doing a challenge run, because it was interesting. Fuck. Explanation of the game's causing anything to do with the game in any capacity at all is spoilers. Like, mechanics is spoilers, lore is spoilers, like, the plot is spoilers, everything is spoilers. What? Ah, okay. Yeah. It's a pretty blanket sweeping rule set. Basically, if you don't talk about it unless you know that I have experienced it. So, for games I haven't played, literally everything is a spoiler. Because I don't want to know about the game's plot until I play the game, and then the game itself has the opportunity to explain the plot to me. Because it's possible that there's something that, like, is supposed to be like either mentioned later, or it's supposed to be like a twist or something, but like people already familiar with it might just casually talk about it without even thinking, because to them that's obvious. When the game was supposed to have that be a reveal. DLC is completed. I have beaten the DLC. Just casual. However, for the challenge run, Artorias is being a pain in the ass. So I'm taking a break from the DLC to go and clean up the Lord bosses. Unfortunately, Four Kings is also going to be a pain in the ass. Who would have thunk? Completely removing the mechanic that allows you to get stronger makes the game significantly harder. Oh, hello! You are an asshole. I'm actually surprised that didn't hit me. Fortunately, like, I don't think anything significant got spoiled for this game. Although people did name drop things a bunch because they didn't read the rules. Currently I have 3 of the Lord Souls. I think the only actual, like, spoiler was like someone talking about how the random humanity worked, but that wasn't really an impactful spoiler because that's nothing I can control. That's kind of just something that happens. Oh, that was the wrong button. Oh well. I wanted to do 99, but this is fine as well. When in doubt, talk it out. Unfortunately, that's not an option here. The bosses are very much anti-diplomacy. Oh, I do need to see the invader in the DLC. That is something that I have not seen. I also need to go and get Kirk's armor at some point, just so I can read the lore. Talking loud enough. Yeah, I need to pull a Skyrim, just fucking shout at them. Oh, okay. These guys are pretty significantly weak to bleed. Okay, so I could probably reasonably farm dragon scales off of them. Ooh, I should equip the Hornet Ring for these guys. Hello? Oh, that's actually a pretty low drop chance. Actually, wait. I don't need to kill these guys. Or rather, I don't think killing these guys does anything for me, because the Dark Hand is a decently powerful renewable weapon. I think it's like base 200, flat 200 damage rather. Well, base 200, not flat. And it is renewable, but it also has 999 durability. But then it would have no bleed. It would also have less damage? Oh no, it has more damage than this. Interesting. Yes, I do have the Covetous. Like, it wouldn't be that annoying to get one of them. I just wouldn't like the idea of, like, having to grind for multiple of them. Oh, fuck, this slimy boy. Oh shit, these guys hurt a lot. Nice. I currently have 5 dragon scales. I have not grabbed any of the dragon scales in the Ash Lake. So there is 5 down there, so I'm effectively at 10. I did not grab the dragon scale from the bird trade, so that would make 11. Do I have... Okay, I do have an egg vermifew. I'm gonna just go and grab that dragon scale, just so it's accounted for. In case I do decide to go and get the Dragonstone Torso at some point. Or even just to get to the highest level of the Dragon Covenant, just so my Dragon Flame itself deals more damage. I don't know what the melee attack is for the Dragonstone Torso. I know it's significantly more damage, but if it's, like, based on strength or scales or something, then it might not be super useful for level 1. Although, like, just, even if it's decent, having infinite durability is just nice. Oh, hello, Patches. I forgot that you moved up here after killing Nito. Oh my goodness, his head snapped.
Oh, we meet again. How many of you are there? You've come at the I'm done with them. And wondrous. There you are. I'll relax. What? Nothing appears. What? Ow! Curses! What's wrong with you? Well, if
What?
that's what it has to be.
What the fuck was that? Excuse me, what was that
happened to you?
hitbox?
Curses.
No. Absolutely not. He did not touch me. I was nowhere within range. Ooh, I could go back down to Nito's area and farm for the Mask of the Child. Although I don't think that's, like, really gonna matter all that much. But that is an option.
What happened to you?
Can I?
Curses.
Can I
You
not
left me no
parry a
choice.
lance?
Curses. How in the... What did I do?
Get chain comboed. Okay, he still only drops useless stuff. I was hoping he might drop some of his shop inventory if you kill him at this location specifically.
You detest my pyromancy. That must be it. Then I'll give you a taste of it.
No. He should drop a pyromancy flame.
Lousy rat. You have some nerve. I may be crestfallen, but I'm not I...
stop getting stuck on chair. I'm trying to just do some brainstorming for like how you would get across this for the context of no stamina. Because if you want to do all bosses, you gotta get up there. What's the skull thing? That's my death counter. I had initially thought that just having a skull there would be enough context, but it appears I was incorrect. Although I suppose there is no hyphen, or rather there's no semicolon. So that's what it was, but it didn't seem to be going up very quickly. Oh my goodness. Okay, one moment. I mean, let's go ahead and verify that it is actually doing anything. Okay, 740 deaths. Okay, it is working. The death tracker is pulling from the save file itself. So all of the deaths to Artorias when I was practicing, none of those were getting tracked because I was reverting to a previous save file. So the death counter would have been rolled back as well. So that could potentially be affecting things, like from mental perception. Yeah, but for no stamina, all bosses, you have to get across to this somehow. Normally you roll or jump. Because Stray Demon and Priscilla are both locked behind this. Someone had the idea that if you could somehow make it onto here, maybe you can get across. Fuck. Also, that chest over there is nothing. That's just where, like, key items respawn if you decide to throw them out of your inventory. One idea that I had was to lure an enemy over here and have them knock you across. But, like, this elevator is really annoying because, like, enemies can't really enter it. Yeah, I kind of wish that the... I mean, I suppose I could throw something together to make it so that the death tracker counts even if I reload the save. Because the way that the death tracker works is it's just pulling the total deaths that is saved by the game itself, and then writing that value to a file. So I could definitely like throw something together that monitors that file, and then if the value ever goes up by exactly 1, I know it's a death and not like me changing save files. And then I could write to a different file, so then that would be a global death tracker across all saves, as long as I didn't, like, fuck up anything. And, like, I monitored it properly. If I just... Oh, no, you're good. Like, I was mainly just thinking aloud. Like, it doesn't really matter, it's just... Something like a death tracker, for me, it has to be automated, because I will not be consistent enough to remember to press the button every single time. Like, that's just not something that's going to happen. Oh, he doesn't want to enter the elevator. But that specifically, that's a spell that is exclusively knockback. Oh, it is just full-on invisible wall. That's bullshit. Developers hate fun. That's an interesting parry variation.
No. This can't be. It can't.
Invisible walls would be more fun if there's an animation of the player colliding with them like a mirror. Yeah, if they were like used as like a gimmick or something, invisible walls are cool. I just permanently have a distaste for random invisible walls that don't make sense from an in-universe perspective. Like, I understand you have to do things for like just game design reasons, but that doesn't mean I have to like them. Especially for older games like this. Because, like, it's entirely possible that that character is just bound to this area, just fundamentally. So if they go too far and then this area deloads, that character would deload. So it would be jarring to have them, like, following the player and then suddenly blip out of existence. But, you know, I just... like, I'm definitely going to try and figure out a way to have the player be able to lure enemies wherever they want. Because I just think that's really cool. And it makes for some interesting shenanigans. Okay, so yeah, if you can get here... okay, yeah, if you can get on top of that building, you can get to the stairs. So is there a way... oh, this is sloped. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it'll just let me up eventually. Okay. So if we can get here... okay, we can get there. So really it is just... need an item that constantly draws aggro while active. I don't even know if you really need that. Because if aggro is the issue, you can just, like, unequip your main weapon and just occasionally punch them to deal, like, really small damage. Properly map out with a nav mesh or automatic navigator. Okay, see, that's the part where I do not know, because I have never messed with AI type stuff, so I have no clue how that works. Other than get player current location. Move NPC to current location over X amount of seconds. You could maybe aggro him and have him knock you from here over there. And if that doesn't work, you could potentially have like one of the magic people follow you over here. So because they have like actual proper ranged attacks. Ooh. That was almost something. Basically just that, but you also check for things around the player / in the path. Yeah, that makes sense. And then also just add in game-specific nuance. And like potentially make it smarter or dumber. Okay, so that would work, but that took a roll. Make it smarter or dumber based on like which specific entity it is. Ooh, that's almost working. It's so close. I can almost taste it. And it tastes like pain and suffering on an unimaginable scale. Actually, no, it wouldn't be that bad, because all this does is gain access to Stray Demon and Priscilla. Like, the actual horrible bosses are just already accessible for no stamina. Okay, I feel like this is definitely doable with like enemy, like NPC aggro, and then attacking you. This feels like it's almost doable even without that. Okay, so if you can get... Oh, wait, no, fuck. This isn't high enough. Oh. This isn't the layer that I thought it was. Maybe they could... Oh, maybe you can just... Maybe you can just walk up this. Fuck.
Huh?
Am I a sorry fool? No, I'm not. I think you should have taken a nap. Okay, that looks like it's... that looks like it's probably doable with NPC aggro. Although the most likely candidates for being, like, like giving you knockback would be the magic people, maybe the pyromancer. Meh. Okay, let's go trade this, let's go trade this fuzzy seed in exchange for a dragon scale.
You...
So that makes 6 dragon scales, plus the 5 that are just implicitly at the Ash Lake. So I would have to... that would bring me up to 11. So I would have to get 19 dragon scales. Wait. I don't think I killed the undead dragon in the Valley of Drakes. No, I did not. Okay. Okay, so 11 dragon scales without farming total. Because there's 5 in Ash Lake, plus 2 from the other Hydra, so that's 7. Plus 2 from the undead dragons, so that's 9. Plus the 1 in the chest from Blighttown, that's 10. Plus the bird trade, 11. So those are the 11 that I know about. This is hilarious. You know, I was only mildly expecting, like only slightly expecting the wings to have hurt boxes. Okay, so I think outside of Ash Lake itself, that is every single dragon scale I know of. That does not include farming. And also, like, in regards to, like, the game just not telling you shit, like, I have no clue what the base damage on the Dragon Headstone is. So, like, I don't really have a way of comparing it to my other mainline weapons. I just kind of have to test it on each given enemy that I'm having an issue with to see if maybe it's viable. There's also, like, no way to tell if an enemy is taking, like, extra damage. Unless, like, you get two of the exact same weapon, but then have one of them deal fire damage, and the other one deal magic damage. And then, like, have one that only deals physical damage. So you can just compare and contrast, rather than just being able to look at the, like... One thing a lot of games do that I really like is the number value that appears when you deal damage, having it be, like, red or blue. For, like, oh, this enemy is weak to this damage type, or this enemy is resistant to this damage type. I think that's a very good thing. Good design choice. Now, I'm curious if these drakes are weak to the Dragonfire. That would be really convenient for farming. Fucking using the bleed dagger's probably better. Although maybe it has high poise. High poise damage. And the scales are, I believe it's a 5% drop. Or was it 2%? Oh, fuck. Obsidian, why do you keep placing windows down on my bottom monitor? I don't want you to do that. That is where the game is located. The game, with a very finicky monitor tolerance. Hydrate? I'm hydrating. I have a timer that goes off every 2 hours to remind me to drink water. I don't always pay attention to it, but I mean I can't escape it. Where the fuck is this basilisk? No, not basilisk. Drake? Lightning Drake? Ah, Drake. Okay, 5%. 5% drop rate. Yeah, if and or when I eventually get affiliate, I'm probably just gonna use the, like, I'm gonna have the automated ad breaks, just because that gets rid of pre-roll ads, and I hate pre-roll ads. I think I'll use just the automated ad break as just my, like, just personal break. Just use that to drink water and stretch my legs and stuff. Being paused during the ads, of course. Hey, yo, you wanna jump into the abyss? No? Okay. Oh. I've had one do that attack before, and then just fly into the abyss. It was very funny. Personal bookmark water bottle. Serves both as hydration and as a designation of what room I'm in at the moment. So if you go into a room and I'm not there, but my water bottle is, there's a good chance I'll be there soon. Interesting. Oh, so like if you're like, your primary task is currently in the living room, but you go over to the kitchen to grab something, you're going to be going back to the living room. That makes sense. Heyo! What? You're cheating! Your breath weapon reaches farther than mine. That was the wrong button entirely. Well, I mean, it was the correct button. It's just, I didn't realize which item I actually had equipped. Okay, fuck you. Game, I was pressing the lock-on button. Okay, you know what? I think... I am going to get some dragon scales. Okay, so that's 10 humanity. Plus shiny ring for 410 item discovery, which I believe is the highest you can get. And item discovery is what determines the odds of an item dropping after an enemy dies. Yeah, like there's no other armor that impacts that. And item discovery actually stops being effective after 10 humanity. But I mean, if I'm going to be duplicating 1 humanity into 10 humanity, I might as well duplicate 1 humanity into 99 humanity, so that I can just have much higher defense as well. And also just because there's no reason not to. It's free. Now, the plan is, because, like, most of these drakes are just in really annoying locations, I think the plan is going to be run down, kill the first one, and then come back over here, and then probably just dive into the pit, because that's going to be faster than waiting for the elevator to come all the way down. Okay, well, actually, I could have the elevator start in its down state. But diving into the pit and then respawning might be faster than waiting on that to go all the way up. And I don't want to just dive off of that corner, because then my stain is going to be directly underneath the enemy. And I need my stain to be in an easily accessible location so that I can reclaim the humanity. Yeah, I think... Oh, right. It's like the 7 seconds previous or something. Yeah, if I have to, if I have to wait a little bit for it to place the stain at the bottom, then riding the elevator might be faster. Although I'll need to time it. Not including the goat. Okay, so... Okay, step on it at around 5405. Okay, it's like 5422. So it's like 17-ish seconds. Dumbass. Wait, no! Oh, that doesn't give me the scale. Okay, so let's say like 25. So like around 15 seconds. So assuming that the stain is already in position, which it's not going to be. Okay, so no, riding the elevator is faster. If you account for the stain dragging behind. Yeah, because even there I waited a little bit. And it's like over here. And fun fact, up this like hill or whatever, there's actually no collision up there. So if the Drake gets a particularly strong, like glide or whatever, it can go all the way up. Actually, how far can the player go? I haven't tried jumping up this. And when I say the Drake can go all the way up, I mean it can go up and then like past it, and then like out of bounds, fall down, and eventually hit the death plane. Oh? Oh? Yo, can I go out of bounds and hit the death plane? You know, if there was a ring that increased your jump height, you could totally get out of bounds here. Fuck. They do not want you going out of bounds. Like, I don't think that's actually helping anything. It's just making it more yellow. Come on. Let me do the thing that I'm not supposed to do. Come here. That was definitely not what I wanted to do. Okay, for the dragon scales in Ash Lake, 2 of them are from the Hydra, and 3 of them are just lying around. But of the ones lying around, like, really only 1 of them is, like, actually in a convenient location to grab. And if these don't take very long to grab, I might just go to all 30, just farming here. Well, 29. I'm gonna get back up to the bonfire, and then I'm gonna go use the restroom. Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. "5 hours and we have defeated one boss. Nice." Huh, I wonder how the Drake fares against Great Chaos Fireball. Yes, dexterity of 10, a classic. Drop. I guess dexterity of 12. Ooh, also just fucking faith. Faith requirement, so drop. You are able to use the mace. Winged spear, drop. Gargoyle's halberd, drop. Demon's Catalyst. That requires dexterity? Interesting. Can be used as a fire weapon. Oh! You know, if this thing didn't have 10 dexterity, which, that's bullshit, it's a stick. It is a stick with a rock at the end of it. Although, actually, it looks like the fire damage is not impacted, although I think someone already mentioned this. It looks like the fire damage is not impacted by the dexterity loss. So this would still be a decently powerful weapon. I'm gonna hold on to that. This... we do not have the intelligence to use. Wait a second. That was an Ulysil. Oh, no, that's Izalith. Okay, never mind. I thought that was the Ulysil catalyst, and I was going to be very concerned because the only way to get that is to purchase it. Okay, so I'll drop this. I'll keep the Demon's Catalyst, because that's actually a decent damage fire weapon. Get rid of that. Interesting. It does almost all of their health. Ooh, idea. Idea. I think I just found the cheese. If I equip the Dusk Crown Ring, it gives me 2 more casts. And because a single cast automatically poise breaks, I'm allowed to just get into the next one for free, so I can get all 6 casts off for free, because each one then re-staggers. So if 6 of these is enough to take out their full health, then we might have some cheese. Okay, if they get hit by the lava as well, it's guaranteed. Ooh. Maybe cast Fire Whip. Ooh. It deals significantly more damage, I think, but it doesn't give the poise lock. I wonder if regular Fireball would do it. It has twice as many castings. Although I doubt it's going to get the instant poise for free. Yeah, no. If poise damage is fully separate from damage, I bet Power Within wouldn't even help here. Let's try Power Within plus Great Chaos. And see if the extra damage across 4 of them is enough to be more damage than an extra 2 full castings. you cast Power Within on the elevator so that you waste no time. Okay, I think both methods work. Either Power Within or Dusk Crown. But Power Within is less casts total, so it is faster. Although slight issue though. Depending on when Power Within decides to wear off, it could potentially be halfway through a set, which could mess with things. So it might be faster, but it might also just be more inconsistent. I might also just, oh, wait, no, there's no convenient way to get into Ruby Tearstone Ring. Fuck. Like, there's no reason to not be using a ring. I'll see what it looks like if I actually just get all 4 casts proper without either. Because maybe I just got unlucky on that first one. Or I had like a bad angle. You know, regular non-upgraded fireball's not gonna do it. Well, great chaos, but yeah. For YouTube, for instance, YouTube is registering as 0 viewers right now, but that could just be because nobody's talked in chat. Sometimes, like, I would imagine that's a convenient way to track how many people are in the stream, just if they're chatting. But that's not a very good metric, because I think Twitch viewers is counted distinctly from in-chat viewers. And I think Doug one time did like just like a quick test, like nothing like scientific with repeated trials and stuff, but I think they did just like a test, like a poll, just be like interact with this poll to like see like roughly how many people are actually active versus how many people are just lurking or bots or whatever. And just from like a single test, it was like roughly 10% of viewers are actually engaging with the stream, which is interesting. But I mean, I primarily lurk, so I get it. Like I said, Dusk Crown Ring is viable. Although, I think Power Within is just more efficient. And if if it happens to run out, I can just, in the middle of the fight, I can just finish off whatever fireballs I have, and then just use my dagger. Like, I get for smaller chats, I'll tend to talk, but like for bigger chats, I'm more of a lurker. But like, I primarily, like, got into streaming from VOD watching. Oh. If it hits the edge of their wing, the actual contact is far enough away that the lava does not spawn directly on them. That's what it is. So I need to make sure that I'm facing them head on. Because they need to get hit by the lava every time for the fireballs to be enough to kill on their own. I mean, I could just have both of them equipped, both rings equipped, but then I don't have... oh, fuck. Then I don't have the golden snake ring. Yeah, one unfortunate thing of many for this challenge run is you don't have access to Homeward or Homeward Bones. And also, there's no way of telling how long a status condition is going to last. Like, I have no clue how long Power Within lasts. Unless, like, I want to explicitly time it. That's something that I feel the game should give the player. Like, passive bonuses, you should just know how long they're going to be around for. Oh, fuck off! Stay poise broke! And then it wastes even more time if I die, because then I have to wait on this. fuck's sake, why didn't you get poise broke? Okay, it's not cheese. It's not cheese, unfortunately. Okay, I think that's faster than waiting on it to actually go all the way up. But if you miss a single fireball, then you have to use dagger strats. Maybe the reason why they didn't get repoise locked is I'm hitting them while they're still in their stun animation. So I need to be like back further, or I need to just like wait a tiny bit longer. Oh, fuck you. This is getting super tedious and annoying. And I think I've only gotten 2. I actually don't know what number I started at. Okay, how long do I have to fucking wait? Okay. Fuck you! You wanna fuck off? You wanna stop doing everything that's annoying? Just give me the fucking dragon scales. And I can't even just duplicate them because duplicating them costs money. Dragon scales, almost time for dragon scales. Will we win? Will we fail? Find out next time on Dragon Scales. I wish with all my heart for this bullshit monster to fall apart. This has a base drop rate of 5%. At 100 item discovery, I have 410 item discovery. Now that's not exactly a 4.1 times multiplier, I don't think. But it should be like, 5% is already pretty high. That's how it gets the reference. Yeah. I don't think I like properly watched it, but that does hold a spot in my childhood. Fuck off! I wonder if I should just like get up behind it and then just use Chaos Storm. Just see what happens. Although, Chaos takes 3 business years to cast. And... Ah, yes. It summons 17 pillars of hellfire. One of them hits. I don't know if it's an invincibility frame thing or like I'm just not noticing it on the health bar and it actually is hitting or something, but like Chaos Storm seems really ineffective against single targets. Like, actually, it seems surprisingly ineffective even against big single targets. Because like I've had times where like I'm fighting like I don't even remember what it was. But like 2 or 3 of the pillars spawned inside of the thing and it still got hit like a single time. So I don't know if it's like invincibility frames or maybe it's like similar to Nito's hitbox that like it actually only hurts things that are on the ground touching it. So like if you're even slightly raised up in the air, you're completely safe. But that's that's a valuable game design lesson that I learned from this game. If you're going to have a, like just a big spike hitbox that comes up out of the ground, make it actually... Make it, like, actually the size it is. If you have a spike hitbox, make it actually a hitbox. Well, I mean, the Nito sword thing does have a hitbox. It's just for whatever reason, it doesn't properly line up to the full visual. Okay, Chaos Storm. The meme was funny, but it doesn't look like it's actually super viable here. Honestly, Power Within into Dagger is probably the best use. I'm actually surprised the game allows you to quit out while you're in midair. Have you played Minecraft? Yes. I've played it a little bit. Like, I know a lot about it. I've watched a lot of Minecraft. But in terms of playing it myself, like, I've tried a couple times. It's definitely on the list of things to play. I prefer, just in general, I prefer more objective-oriented games, like, that give you a checklist of, hey, these are the things you gotta do, go and do them. And, like, for Minecraft, like, I guess there's the advancements, but for the most part, it's by design a sandbox game. Which isn't bad, it's just not the kind of thing I typically go for. Been searching for another fortress so long. I mean, there are online seed viewers, so if you don't mind cheating, you can just search the exact coordinates. It's on a server, don't have access. Ooh. Oh, you're not allowed to do like /seed? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I suppose that helps to prevent people from griefing. Yeah, power within dagger is the way to go. That's an OP command by default. Interesting. That's a little surprising. Oh my goodness, this farm would be so much easier if I wasn't restricting myself to level 1. Because I could just go and get a bunch of crystal straight swords to use as my weapon. They have a dexterity requirement of 10, which is very annoying. But then I could maybe use the lightning pine resin on them. And then these guys are almost certainly weak to lightning. Unless, like, because they breathe lightning, they're not weak to it, unlike all of the other dragons. Okay, this is almost out of durability. I don't even know how much this is going to help. Because I'm doing this primarily because I have been informed that the higher rank in the Dragon Covenant, it increases the damage of the Dragon Headstone breath attack. That's the primary reason I'm doing it. But also getting the, fuck, I did not use power within. Getting the Dragon Torso Stone could be useful. Because it makes your melee attacks stronger. I just don't know by how much stronger. Okay, 5% is supposedly 1 in 20. I guess I just need to roll a natural 20. Although there is a downside to using the Dragonstone Torso, or even the Dragon Headstone. I can't use the Mask of the Mother. Which isn't that big of a deal, but it is worth considering. Okay, yeah, now it's busted. Like I said. I have a bunch more in my bag. Oh, that's hilarious. If you just keep spamming block, they can't actually fully get into their running animation. Oh, it's also using... Not really using less stamina. Recovering it slower. You know, I think if I had a, I think if I include a bleed mechanic, I think I would make the bleed be, like, maybe a percentage multiplier on the weapon itself. Rather than a flat percentage of the enemy's maximum HP. Although... having it be relative to the enemy? Having it be relative to the specific enemy you're fighting also makes sense. Because it's like the enemy is bleeding out, rather than, oh, your weapon got a particularly strong hit. my fuck. Give me the dragon scales. I can't use this soul for anything. So, the only thing that I'm getting out of this is a broken weapon. That is the only progress I'm making right now. Actually, I suppose that's one advantage of using the Great Chaos Fireballs. I'm not using durability. I might go back to that. Yeah, okay. If the game is going to be this stingy, I'm just gonna go back to using fireballs. Is a sadist, is what it is. Oh, right, I forgot it doesn't poise. So I do have to pay attention. Well, the game itself isn't a sadist. The game was made by a sadist. Sorry about the sinuses. Actually, Power Within plus Dusk Ring, probably not the best combination. Also, I disagree with you being able to hit me from that distance. Oh, that was too fast. catch them on the edge. Yeah, like if I hit all 4 fireballs and all 4 lava, this works. It's just they're a piece of shit, and it doesn't always work. You know, I'm a little surprised that resting at a bonfire does not wipe your current passive effects, because that means that you, if you wanted to, you could cast Power Within, rest back at the bonfire, unequip Power Within, then re-equip something else, and then still have the Power Within going for the fucking 2 to 5 minutes or whatever it is. Would you look at that? I got absolutely nothing. As a note, the intended way to get dragon scales in this game is to do like online stuff. Like where you like hunt down other players who have a dragon scale and then kill them to acquire it. I don't know if it actually takes away their dragon scale, or if it just like, oh, you bested them, and then the game just gives you one. Huh. 65% for lightning. I'm just very appreciative that the devs decided to leave in a method to acquire dragon scales without using online. Even if it may be annoying. Better than having, like, if these guys didn't drop dragon scales and there was no renewable source of dragon scales, in order to get to max level in the Dragon Covenant, you would have to do New Game Plus like 6 or 7 times, because you would get 11 dragon scales per loop. Now you only need 30, I believe, to actually get the maximum reward, but you need 80 in order to actually, like, fully max it out. To, like, go until it says, hey, stop, we're not going to allow you to give anymore. And I really wish my sinuses would fuck off. And stop being so poopified. No! That's what I was trying to avoid every time I walked around to the edge. I think I'm just going to manually end the power within duration, just so I can ensure that it always, like, just so that I can ensure that it never stops halfway through an attempt, or well, halfway through a iteration. Okay, I think the play is to spam it, but just be walking backwards the entire time. Okay, maybe not walking backwards that fast. Oh my fuck's sake. I don't have to go over to the body to check if there's an item. Because the item should be visible. gonna try to do without manually ending the power within. Is I think if I'm fast enough, I can actually get 2 with a single cast. Yeah, if I'm decently fast, it ends immediately after the second kill. Okay, I want to go get a little bit of food. I'm getting tired. I'll be right back. Okay. Let us proceed. Okay, so we have 13 dragon scales. We need to get to 25. So that's only 12 more, so we're over halfway done. Except for the part where 11 of them... Sorry. 6 of them we already had. So, in actuality, we have like 7 out of 25 minus 7, 20 minus 2, 18. We have 7 out of 18. Yo, that's kind of a cool dripping effect. The pyromance, the power within particles spawning in, but because of the elevator's upward momentum, they are just like being quote unquote dragged away from us downward. It's a pretty cool effect. And it doesn't look as cool in the other direction. Okay, yeah, no, I don't need distance at all. I just need good timing. Like, it almost looks like just a torrent of blood flowing off of the player. Okay, so that's 8 out of 18. Nice. Oh, fuck you. Oh, I went too early. I was waiting on. I was trying to wait on the button. Ten more. Well, bare minimum of 10 more. I would prefer to not have to deal with the Hydra. Because the Hydra's just really annoying. Character, really? Really? That's where you're gonna throw? Okay, I think we need to stop on the grinding for now, otherwise I'm actually going to fall asleep. So I'm going to go down to Ash Lake because it has a warp down there. Okay, I do not have that warp, so I will go and unlock that warp. So that after we're finished with the grinding, it'll just be more convenient. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and get this bonfire. Just in case I die. Okay, I do want to be careful to avoid getting cursed, because that would be very annoying. Okay. Okay, first things first. Rust into Curse Bite. I think reloading my save does not reset the status condition bar, but I want to test. Okay, it remembers. Cool. But you know what does reset it? Dying. Although, I guess I don't have to die. Okay, that branch not being solid is kinda whack. Curse is emptied. Now where the hell is my stain? There we go. And blurp. Burp, down and down and down we go. All the way to the bottom, that's where we will go. Ooh, shiny. Useless shiny. I'm pretty sure all of the loot in this part of the map is just a bunch of Titanite. And then there's like a miracle. And then like the dragon scales, which we care about. But like all the Titanite is useless. And the miracle is useless. Oh, right. No, I have come down here before. Because I got the dragon headstone at all. I just didn't... How the fuck are you alive? I just didn't take the bonfire because that was before I had the teleport item. So I just wanted to death warp back out. Okay, there's max level. And doo-doo, sneaky. And other sneaky. Okay, so I did grab this dragon scale that was in the tunnel. Like, almost certainly. So actually... Was there a different dragon scale I didn't grab? Oh, I love that the Hydra just cannot see us. You know, I did grab this one. Now this is probably just lore, but I think it would be cool if you could do something with that. I guess that item feels like a prime candidate for a covenant, but one, I know that there's not any more covenants, assuming the achievement list is not lying to me. But two, there's already the dragon covenant over here, so that would be kind of double dipping. Oh my goodness. If the player's underwater, they're completely invisible. Dual layering transparency effects. Classic. Okay, so other than killing that Hydra, I should have all of the static dragon scales. Unless I just didn't grab the one in the Blighttown chest for whatever reason. I will try and check. I'll try and remember to check that out on my way back. Okay, so I'm already in the Covenant. Okay, so let's go ahead and give them the Dragon Scales. 17 Dragon Scales. Okay, so now I'm +1. Fuck! I should have... Fuck! I should have checked to see what the... One moment. I should have checked to see what damage the Dragon Headstone did before getting to rank 1. Because this guy is... This guy's immortal. He doesn't give a shit. Oh, interesting. He actually reacts. I didn't think he had a animation for that. There you go. Okay, let's do some more Artorias. Artaburburyish. Artaburbar. Toboggan. Let's go fight the toboggan. Meet toboggan. Salvaged. Okay. Now, okay, so these don't do anything for a boss, almost certainly. Okay, time for more practice. Oh, right, I forgot. The player has a tendency to just throw the fireballs directly over the shoulder of the enemy. Oh. Okay, yeah, even with the fucking extra damage from the lava, that does shit all. I got 12 damage per tick. Except he's a roly boy. What the fuck? Game! I am fucking dodge rolling! Why are you not accepting the input? What the fuck was that? I actually initiated the dodge roll. Okay, yeah, I'm taking a death. I'm clipping that. Okay, speed 0.25. Yeah, I definitively initiated the dodge roll, and then it hit me anyway. What the fuck? Absolute, complete horseshit. All right, two hand. Okay, so the frog jump is different from just the small jump. Yo, it would be kinda wild if there was a limb damaging mechanic. So like, kind Kind of like how Artorias currently can only use his right hand, and his left arm is kind of useless. That'd be interesting to like have some mechanic like that to where you could intentionally disarm things, or maybe even the player themselves could have like one of their arms get damaged so much that they couldn't use it. So that would then make it so that you can only use one weapon at a time. You also would not be able to two-hand your weapon. What the fuck is that hitbox? That was nowhere near me! Okay, I know this game like has some bad design choices, but the hitboxes... Like, some of the hitboxes are actually just incorrect. And it's so infuriating. Because, like, you will be nowhere near the actual physical attack, but then the hitbox is just, oh, this portion of the air is now killing you. It's just an invisible bubble of fuck you. And I don't know what Kamikaze was smoking when they said that it's possible to dodge all of his attacks by, like, just walking. Because that makes absolutely no sense, even if you do know all of the hitbox data. Like, yeah, some of the stuff you can kind of just walk backwards. And it was like specifically in the context of like no dodge roll or no run. And also I think maybe it was no shield. Like it was some weird triple combo challenge. Like that, I was nowhere near the blade. He still didn't give a shit, he still hit me. Okay, don't hit the guy a single time, even though you're standing right fucking next to him. Okay, no, I'm warping and then actually setting my my location, because I hate the music in this area when I'm frustrated. This is also another thing that I hate about this game. Warping to a bonfire does not count as resting at a bonfire in terms of updating your respawn location. Okay. Let's go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so the 2 stealth rings go all the way to the bottom. Then the 2 primary mobility rings can be all the way at the top. And then we can have the defense ring The defense ring's here. Wait, why am I changing order of stuff? This is the practice save file. Okay, man, Okay, I think I'm gonna get up to Artorias, and then I'm gonna fucking change the OBS layout. Because the game, I feel the game is too big. It's not leaving me enough real estate, like, in the border margins, to actually, like, put information and stuff. Because, like, I'm trying to squish all this data up into the top border. When if I just, like, make the game slightly smaller, I could have a bottom border as well, and then maybe, like, a couple side borders. Okay, let's get my stain and then teleport out. Okay. Let's fucking... Here, let's take this, make it, like, somewhat smaller. Can I... Okay, transform, edit, transform, center to screen. And then... I still want the margins to be somewhat equal. Or maybe I could have it like... I don't know. Where seems like... The size can be like tweaked or whatever, but where seems like a good centering point? I think I would prefer to have it like somewhat up here, because if you look at the bottom of my character, his feet are actually slightly cut off due to how his... Okay. His feet are slightly cut off due to how the window capture is working. So I think I'd like that somewhat over here. So maybe something like that. Does that look okay? Like, I'm looking at a tiny ass OBS window, so I'm not sure. Oh, I guess I can actually... Oh, it looks fine to me. Okay. I'll go ahead. I can also just pull up the stream. Okay, if I look at that in full screen, okay, that looks decent. I can always tweak the exact position values later. Although one thing I'm concerned with is people watching on mobile, because that's not something I can actually easily test myself. And apparently that's a significant portion of viewers just watching on their phone, which I suppose it's fair. I imagine more people have a phone than have, like, an actual computer. Give me a moment. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move this up. And then this can go down here. And then if I go to... If I move the death counter down here. Okay, yeah, that can be over by chat. And then get rid of the old death counter. Actually, I'll move this over slightly more, just so I can account for the thousands, 4-digit shenanigans. Input display. Make that a little bit smaller. Huh. Okay, wrong button. Okay, let's make a group. Bring that all the way down to the bottom. Microphone, background, and then make a group. Layer 1. Okay, so game can go here. Chat can go here. My avatar, ooh, actually my avatar goes in between the game and the background. The whole, and then paste that in. Okay, so, and then, okay, so add layer 2. Okay, so game goes to layer 2. Chat, I think, actually is going to end up being on, like, a high layer. Okay, paste. Okay, so this goes down here to layer 1. So then... Okay, so that is going to fuck my system when I'm trying to update everything that is moving. Okay, so layer 0, background, audio microphone. Why are you being unstable? Stop being unstable. Layer 1 can be PNG tuber. Or maybe I don't need groups for the layers. Okay, so... the mobile look in Discord. Well, I mean... the issue isn't what it... oh, damn. Chat looks absolutely garbage in landscape mode. But the issue is, I'm viewing that image on... oh, actually, no. I'm a dumbass. I can view that image on my phone. I was about to say, I'm viewing the image on my monitor. But I can view it on my phone. Okay, yeah, that looks a little small to me, personally, but that's because I'm used to like being on a desktop. Oh no, you're good. One moment. I was just looking at the images you sent. That looks a little small to me, personally, but I imagine as it's moving around, your brain is gonna like block out the excess. But it, like, even the chat looks really small to me. Like only like 3 to 4 messages visible at a time. I guess if you like change from landscape to portrait, then the chat gets bigger. But I'm used to viewing all of this on a desktop, so it's just much bigger by default. Because my fucking phone is like like fucking probably not even a fifth the size of my computer monitor. You can hide the chat in portrait. Yeah. Wait, portrait? You mean portrait is vertical mode. Landscape is horizontal. Okay, so... okay, rename that to miscellaneous text. This can be around the same area as the death counter. Okay, so game dev. Game dev business. Challenge business. Make that a little bit bigger. Ooh, Man, OBS fucking managing layers is abysmal. I think the idea is to find something that works and then just don't touch it ever again. Where the fuck is Okay, there we go. Like, I doubt there's a better way to do layers, because like you're effectively translating a z-axis to just a list of source objects. Okay. I mean, fuck. I don't like it that small, but I mean, I think the thing that's bothering me the most is that I don't have it perfectly centered with all the other assets. Because this is kind of just placing them around into like a view that kind of works. And also, like, I'm viewing it as a static thing. Like, I bet after it's centered, and if it was actually in motion, it would be fine. At least to my fucking autistic-ass brain. Okay. Okay, so unequip. So, as someone who has used mobile, that looks fine. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the personal experience to be able to tell. Okay, that's 24 defense, that's 13 defense. So I'll get rid of that. Oh my goodness. See, this would also be another good use of Sanctus. Although I can't get Sanctus anymore. I fucking nuked it out of existence. But it's like, if you have time to just sit and do nothing, it is infinite healing. Like, that's the only benefit of it, is like, if you're in a safe spot, you can just throw it on, and then just go fucking take a shit or something while it heals you in the background. Okay. Okay, I think I will use one Estus to enter at full. Oh, fuck, it wasn't two-handing. Okay. Let us try this again. Although if two-handing does, like, mildly reduce my range, maybe I try just not two-handing. Oh. You know what would be really nice right about now? A Master Sword type item that has a projectile attack while you're at full health. That would be really nice. Or maybe like a ring that gives you that effect. Like if you're at full health, your weapon will throw a projectile out that deals like 10% or whatever of its base damage. Because that way, like, if you just barely miss, or like maybe you want to use it for its ranged properties, like it'll get a little bit extra in. Rarg. Oh, I forgot you had that attack. Quote unquote attack. Yeah, not sure how you're supposed to avoid that by just walking. I guess as they're jumping towards you, you just walk under them, maybe. Yeah. Rarg. I understand, my man. I'd be doing the exact same thing if my arm was broken and I was being of death and destruction. Oh, right. Fair. I love whenever the dodge rolls are in sync. It almost looks like a choreographed dance. Okay, that one was me. That fuck up was me, rather. Arga barga barga. Is that scream supposed to be a tell? Is that supposed to tell me something? I don't know what you're trying to tell me. I'm pressing the button! Why the fuck are you not initiating the roll? I know you have to release the button. Why the... I'm releasing the button. Am I just, like, consistently getting a few frames too late or something? Oh, okay, that was great. You know, that thrust attack is like perfectly at head height. I'm mildly surprised that that it doesn't like have the arrow stagger effect. Oh my goodness. You see, he canceled his attack. Okay, he definitively does have the ability to cancel his animations, because he did a swing attack, and one, he canceled into a back roll, but two, the swing attack did not hit me. No, that's different from input reading. He canceled the action he was currently in. Like, having infinite reaction time is a distinctly separate mechanic to being able to intentionally stop doing a thing. Okay, so Jagged Ghost Blade is strong enough to break him out of the Super Saiyan Kamehameha charge up attack. Well, power boost. But if he's too far away, then I'm in trouble. Fuck. I keep thinking that it's gonna carry me far enough, and it doesn't. Okay, so, but that is very good information to have. The bosses are allowed to cheat. They are allowed to be halfway through an attack, and then just go, nuh-uh, and then just do something else. Drink a flask? I don't know. Like, I typically only drink a flask immediately after dodging an attack. See, something like that. It's weird. No, wait, no. That one I think actually is just... He has an attack that is a slash into a dodge back. Oh. It also doesn't help that his blade is like fucking 3 times longer than mine. Have you tried just walking in a straight line until you find the fortress? Okay, that was just stupid on my part. If there really is just no nether fortresses in your general vicinity, I'd recommend just like, if the server allows for it, just use a glitch or something to get on top of the nether roof, and then just fucking hold down the W key with like a marble or something. And then just walk in a straight line for like half an hour, and then go back under. Like make a portal up there, and then drop back down through the overworld. Sometimes it feels like they, like, intentionally dodge roll at the exact same time as the player. When I think of that, nice. We have new strategies. Okay, that was an interesting choice of attack after... Fuck. Fuck. Okay, that just straight arm thrust at close range is kind of devastating. Because it comes out so quickly. Okay, yeah, it looks like he starts doing that at around 25% health lost. Which, honestly, kind of glad that that's earlier rather than later. Because every time that it does happen, and I am close enough to take advantage, that's like 3 to 4 hits I can get in. And him upgrading his strength is kind of just whatever. Because, like, I can only survive 1 or 2 hits anyway. And a lot of the times the second hit is going to be what kills me. So I have to heal after 1 hit anyway. Maybe I try getting jumping attacks in, because that does more damage. Or, alternatively, maybe I, like, intentionally practice with a medium roll, and then, like, do the actual fight with light roll. So, like, during the practice, I have to intentionally be even more careful. Because I have to be able to avoid the attacks without my super powerful mega ultimate ninja cartwheel. But yeah, I really want to get a set of metal dice, like, exclusively just so I do have something heavy to hold down a key with if I ever want to do something like that. Maybe try practicing parrying. This guy can't be parried. Like, none of his attacks are able to be parried. That's, like, one of the reasons why he's so difficult. The final boss of the game can be parried, and they're an absolute joke. Like, I imagine that's a reason why they did make this boss unparryable, because the final boss was so pathetic. Okay, damn. Going from light roll to medium roll, I forgot, also impacts your animation swing. It also impacts your walking. There are ways to hold a key without a physical object. I use tiny... No, that would be cheating. Like obviously, like, having, obviously a program and a physical thing are, like, they're both just abusing the laws of physics. It's just, like, I feel like there's a certain cutoff where it's considered automation. Because, like, I don't know. Like, because, like, if you have one of those Waterbird drinky things, and you use that to press a button, like, once every couple seconds or whatever, is that really different from using an auto-clicker? I would argue kind of slightly, because it's not, like, an explicit program. It's a physical thing. But a program is a physical thing. It's just a really, really small physical thing. So, like, it kind of gets wibbly-wobbly in where to draw the line from that, and it's completely semantics, and it is completely, like, personal preference. Because, like, if it presses more than one key, that's cheating. Well, no, it's not pressing more than one key. The Waterbird thing would be, like, just like, oh, E key, E key, E key, E key, which is the exact same as a program. Like, I guess for me, like, a program just feels quote-unquote more cheaty because you can explicitly design it to do whatever you want, and it can also run millions of times faster than a physical human. But then there's also like, oh, just if I put a rubber band around my controller to hold a button down, is that cheating? Like, because then it gets into the, like, what is, like, external software versus hardware manipulation? And it's just, yeah, but yeah. I think programs are fair game, as long as you're emulating a physical object action. I disagree. Because if you allow for that, Steam Rebind allows you to program auto-fire, so then you can just hold down a button, and it will just press that button, like, once, like, 10 times a second. Like, I think the way speedrunners typically allow for it is auto-fire is just banned full stop, but also you can rebind anything to anything, so long as it's one input equals one other input. So, like, the way they get to super fast inputs if they need it is they bind the scroll wheel to something, and then they use, like, a can of compressed air. Can you do that without the program? I mean, kind of. Depending on what you mean by without that program. Because non-software, but yeah, that depends on what you define as software. Because you could make a, like, using nothing but just straight electric current, you could make a generator that automatically just goes da 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 da, and have that hooked up to something, and it just oscillates back and forth with a magnetic shift, changing which direction it's pushing, and then you just position that over your keyboard. It has no software, it has no coding, it is exclusively just a current running through with a magnetic oscillator, changing direction based on how far the thing has rotated. So it depends on what you count as software. Because electronics, at the end of the day, is just really, really, really small abuse of the laws of physics. Electronics? Well, then, you could still probably make something using, like, just analog gears. Because that's what the first computers were, just a bunch of gears that were very finely tuned. So, like, really, you can make the semantics go as deep as you want. Although, at some point, it's going to be so convoluted and complex to actually make the physical macro that it's just like, the only reason you do it is for the lulz, not because it's actually more effective. Okay. If you can make auto-fire out of a clockwork gears, then I'll allow it. Well, I mean, we basically already do have auto-fire out of clockwork gears. It's called a fucking clock. Like, the original clocks were actually just... I'm pretty sure they were just based on like a coiled piece of copper or something that's just releasing pressure at a fixed rate. Okay. Okay, so let us reinitialize the pain and suffering. If you set up a clockwork-based contraption to auto-fire your controller, then at that point I'll just let you use the macro. Yeah, but some people would argue that doing that would be considered hardware manipulation. Because like it's all semantics, it's all subjective. And as cool of an engineering project as that would be, I still personally would consider it cheating because you have a mechanism that is playing the game for you. Like, I think a rocket hardware manipulation, yes. Like, for me personally, I think having just a hard weight to hold down a button or a rubber band to hold the analog stick in a certain direction is, I think that's fine. But once you have something that can dynamically press and release, even if it's at a set metronome, I feel like that is going too far. Because you can actually hold down a button virtually by holding down a button and then activating sticky keys. Or at least you can use sticky keys to make it so that you can hold down shift. But then you can just have the game like rebind shift to something else. And then you can use sticky keys so you tap the button once and then it holds it for you. But yeah, I have absolutely used like a large heavy object to hold down a button on my Wii remote at one point to AFK some money in Super Paper Mario. Excuse me, what was that roll trajectory? Why did you roll directly into the boss? I don't like doing physical things like it has right hardware. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's a valid view. Although I highly doubt placing a metal D6 on like the W key to walk forward for you. I doubt that's going to do anything to your keyboard. Oh my goodness. The difference between light roll and fucking medium roll is insane. What the hell? You and AFK in the hamster wheel? Yeah. I mean, more the rubber banded drift issue. Yeah, maybe don't use rubber band. One thing you can do is like maybe use like a piece of thick cardboard to hold an analog stick in place, because that's not going to cause significant tension. It's just going to be enough pressure to hold it in place. Although I don't know if most like mainstream controllers use it, but I think there's actually some controllers that are like using magnetic analog sticks that like don't have drift. At least that's what it seemed like it was trying to advertise as. Because it's like not using a physical sensor. And like, so like maybe even if it did drift slightly, you could just reset, like recalibrate it. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. controller was getting a little bit gunky, so I wanted to clean that up. Because unfortunately, that is a thing you have to do on occasion. I should get some new cans of compressed air. Because I imagine that's cleaner than human breath. Yeah. Electronics don't like particles of water. Okay, yeah. Medium roll, absolutely non-viable. Not gonna happen. That was very weird. Interesting. If I unequip my secondary weapon, which is not even in play, it forces me to stop holding my primary weapon two-handed. No, I have not tried it, in fairness. I am also not going to try it. Another good thing about a can of compressed air is you can kind of just set it on there and just keep the pressure going, and then just kind of like just flick around in the goopy goop, and it will just get blown off. And you don't have to worry about like trying to clean up other stuff while that's just sitting in your way. You can also aim it. True. Yeah, a lot harder to aim your breath. Your breath isn't very precise. You know, I might go back to trying the big hammer, because it actually swings decently fast while you're in light roll. And it does nearly 4 times as much damage. Hello, Kamikaze. You have missed approximately... Oh no, one thing. I killed Nito. In nearly 8 hours, the current progress is I killed Nito. I guess I also opened up Lower Londo. So I did 2 things in 8 hours. I spent the rest of the time dying to Artorias and grinding dragon scales. Oh! We have a new voice in the echo chamber. Hey Kamikaze, what are your thoughts on using physical macros versus just replicating it with software macros? Alt F4 will kill the game. True. I'm very familiar with Alt F4. It is a powerful tool for challenge runners. Thoughts on what basis? Well, I guess I don't really know what angle I was asking from. It's just we were just talking about like at what point is a macro considered cheating? Like, because you can use software to do basically anything, but you can also use some physical things to automate button presses. Wait. Am I? I'm not. Oh, it's the fucking shirt. The shirt was making me overweight. Like sticking something hard, you're gonna keep it pressed. Yeah, like that's at the very bottom of it, but then you could get like a waterbird type thing, or like an electric motor oscillator to like just go up, down, up, down, up, down to make a hardware-based auto fire. Using a macro to emulate something that you can achieve with a physical object. Yeah. Because my stance on that was that, technically speaking, software is physical objects. Because it's just really, really small pieces all moving together to interact with the computer at a more technical level. Loophole gray area, yeah. Because, like, all of this is very, like, personal preference territory, in my opinion. Because, like, I don't think there's a realistic hard threshold between hardware and software. Because everything is just the laws of physics. Like, software is just really, really, really small hardware. Oh, we're dropping frames, maybe? But, like, I think for me personally, the extent that I would go for that is, like, holding down a button. Like, I would use a metal D6 to hold down a button, or a rubber band to hold down right trigger. I think that's the furthest I would go, unless I was doing something on a console, and there was an officially released controller that had built-in turbofire, or something like that. In that case, I would use it. Basically building tiny machines to build bigger machines to build even bigger machines. Yeah. Or, actually, it's kind of the opposite. We build big machines to have the precision to make smaller machines. But software into the hardware pieces, yeah. I guess that would be small to big. Factorio. You know, I'm gonna have to play Factorio eventually. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, the follow-up attacks on the slam definitely do less damage. Like for the triple jump. Give me time to heal, asshole. My record so far is half health, but I've only done that once. Thank you. Yeah, it is huge, but you see, the issue is I've only done it once, but I have to successfully do it 2 times in a row. Yeah, no, I can't consistently not get hit, unfortunately. Yeah, but because that's a really good strategy if you can get it to happen. If you can get not getting hit to line up, then that's the shit. Also, Kamikaze, I'm still not super convinced with your claim that you can dodge all of his attacks by just walking. Because some of this shit is kind of wild. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I was too slow. Personally, I think that's a very, very odd category. It's like super subjective, like super, like, excuse me? Okay. But yeah, no, that's like, it's like, okay, let's take these 3 arbitrary mechanics and remove them. Like, I think no roll, no block, and no parry in isolation is interesting, but just taking 3 random things and plopping them together is kind of just not as appetizing to me, not as appealing. Although I think, me and Woe was talking about it a little bit. I think no walking is impossible. Because Woe brought up the ladder in, in Seth's library, the prison ladder. I think that makes the run impossible. Could you use a faster, less damaging weapon to make it quicker? Yeah, I do have the, Jagged Ghost Blade, which is pretty fast, but it has, 2 issues. One, it does, like, a quarter of the damage of the big hammer, so I'm trying to use the hammer again some more. And also, it has, like, really shit range, so oftentimes I will roll in, think I'm close enough, do the attack, and I'm just not close enough. So, and also specifically, one issue for this challenge run is my stats are really low, so there's certain weapons that I'm just not able to use because it gets a damage reduction due to my stats not being high enough. And then for the stats, and for the weapons where my stats are high enough, like the giant hammer, it costs money to repair my stuff, and money is the thing I'm not allowed to use in the challenge run. So, once this thing is fully broken, I can't use it anymore at all. Which is why, specifically for practice, I am reloading my save to restore the durability. but after I feel confident fighting the boss, I'm going to reload to my actual save file, and all durability loss from that point on is permanent. It's only 4-to-1 if I do the jump attack with the hammer. If I do the normal swing with the hammer, I think it's closer to like maybe 2.5 to 3-to-1. But yeah, the hammer is a lot stronger. But there is also one issue, is there's technically only one time to ever get a safe punish in, and that's after they do a very specific semi-rare attack where they do 3 slam attacks in a row. Every other attack, there's a chance that they just do a backflip immediately, and there's just nothing I can do if I like get there too late. Like, if I do my dodge, and then I'm, like, just already right on top of them, I can, like, kind of dodge away sometimes. And then sometimes they just hit you. They're not anywhere near you, and they still just hit you. If you're late, don't punish. Yeah. And then, I guess sometimes they just do that. Fuck off. Like, the jump attack does more damage, but it also... That's the uppercut I'm talking about. It comes out basically instantly. The jump attack does a lot more damage than the standard swing, but it also just... Fuck off! It also has a lot more vulnerability lag at the end of the attack. If I can get my sentence out. Shut up. There's also the issue of a dodge roll instantly into a jump attack uses up all of my stamina. So then if he does go to counterattack, I don't have any stamina to roll out of the way. But I think I can confidently say this is the first boss so far in the entire run that is actually causing me issues. How far did you ever get into the spreadsheet of Hollow Knight challenges? 0. I'm not following a spreadsheet. I'm just doing this because it sounded like fun. I love that you just fucking cartwheel with this giant ass hammer. You got another so quickly. Oh yeah, turns out the dragon headstone just obliterates Ornstein and Smo. I guess Smo just isn't super resistant to magic damage. And then for Ornstein Phase 2, I guess the optimal range to use the Dragon Headstone just causes them to loop into their dash attack. You have a strange definition of fun, but it is fun to watch. Yeah, I'm very much a strong believer in delayed gratification. So like, after I kick this guy's ass, it's gonna feel amazing. And then, you know what happens after I beat this guy? I have Manus! And I have Kalameet. Oh, spreadsheet of Hollow Knight challenges. Oh, I'm fucking stupid and blind. Sorry, I thought that said Dark Souls challenges. Which spreadsheet are you referring to? Because, like, I did any percent no Geo a while back. I've also done no spells a while back. Cheesy Manus Poach is... Yeah, except I can't use that. It's so sad. Yeah, Yami told me about that. I can't use it because the only arrows that you're able to get a renewable supply of is the Dragon Slayer arrow. And you have to farm that off of, the Silver Knights. Wait, no upgrades or like shit. Oh, my spreadsheet! Oh, fuck, I haven't thought about that in years. Yeah, no. I came to the realization... oh yeah, no Hollow Knight spoilers. Kamikaze still hasn't played it. But I will mention that that spreadsheet, I realized it's not feasible for me to do everything just because there's too many combinations. Oh, no, you're good. There's no way you could have known. Presumably. So, instead of trying to do single weapon only for every single boss, I just went with itemless for every boss, because that seems more interesting and less just arbitrary. Delayed gratification is fair logic. I have ADHD, so that's not super capable. Oh no, I also have ADHD. But I'm not getting bored by this fight, so there is constant stimulus. But yeah, no, I kind of just fell off of that spreadsheet a long time ago. Itemless is also the most fun, though I can't beat farther bosses. Fair. Fuck, I don't remember what my, okay, actually, no, I can't talk about that because that's spoilers for Kamikaze. But one of the end-game bosses I managed to do itemless hitless. Took me a while. How are you doing this with ADHD? This is also just this is a fun fight. Like, when you're not getting your ass clapped, it's actually pretty fun. 2, at the moment, I have people in chat that I can talk to. So that's nice. It helps keep the variety. Let me go ahead and actually pull up the video for the one that I'm referring to. Kamikaze, do not look at this. This is Hollow Knight spoilers, like end game Hollow Knight spoilers. From the 3 Dark Souls games, Artorias is still might be fair boss fight. Yeah, no, Artorias is really cool. Also, if you're curious what the term hacked low percent means, it just means itemless. It's just a personal self-made term that is referring to the state the player is in when you first gain control of them. That is the definition I have made for myself. Ooh, nice. The extra damage from him trying to escape and failing. Hey, Kamikaze, Have you ever considered trying to do that, like the every enemy is X boss mod thing? I don't think I would ever do that, but I think it would be fun to watch somebody try to run through the game with every enemy being Artorias. Rarg. Oh, okay. That's my fault. I got too close. I tried something similar, Double Trouble, where every enemy is doubled. Ornstein and Ornstein, and Smo and Smo. For item lists, I always have some movement as I was a Switch player. I'm curious what you would consider for item lists if you're allowed, like, because you're forced to. Do you just mean like the minimum required mobility to get to the boss? Because it's impossible to get to that location without at least some mobility items. But also we have to be vague for the sake of Kamikaze. When you say every single enemy is doubled, do you also mean that the tree, like, is there just like an enemy NPC flag and they just doubled everything? That has that flag? Max mobility. Oh, okay, that's fair. Some of the mobility items you can unbind in like the control settings. Unfortunately, you can't unbind all of them because some of them are just passive upgrades. One thing that's really funny about using the big hammer against Artorias is that as I'm strafing to the left, the head of the hammer just perfectly blocks him. Did you hear of the puzzle game Blueprints? You must have missed some of the notifications in the Discord. I beta tested for that game. I didn't do very much. It was more of a play test than anything. But yeah, I played it a little bit. I intend on streaming it after the hype dies down. Yeah, no, I was like, it was back when I was playing Iconoclasts. The dev came in and asked if I wanted to playtest. They said they found my channel by using a service that like searches streamers that specifically have played certain combinations of games, so they can find people that are interested in the type of thing they're concerned with. But yeah, no, Blueprints is amazing. Like, I didn't get very far into it, and it is insane. It is so good. Like, I definitely do want to stream it at some point, but I want to wait for the hype to die down somewhat. Also because I'm in the middle of Dark Souls, and then Blueprints isn't even in the next game vote. And then there's going to be like some in-between stuff. So it's going to be a little bit. It's a lot of people's game of the year. The 200 hours of playing Talos 2 gave the algorithm an idea of what streaming was. Yeah. Yeah, I think they, like... Like, I think Talos was one of the games that they searched for. Because, like, they were specifically filtering through all of the streamers who have played, like, Talos, and then there was, like, a couple other games, I think. Probably, like, other puzzle games. Because Blueprint is the puzzle game. I also love the title. Blueprints came out the same day as Talos Reawakened. Ooh, I wonder which one is gonna get more popular. Do you think I'll stream Silksong early on or wait to do challenge runs? I try to at least beat a game before I do challenge runs. Emphasis on try. Because oftentimes I will see something and I'm like, ooh, I want to fuck around with that. And then I just get distracted. And then just fucking do, just like, fucking a week of just challenge run theory crafting. But I am definitely streaming Silksong on release. Like, I don't care if I'm in the middle of a different game. That bitch is going on pause and I'm playing Silksong. Because I want to play that game before everyone else has played that game so that fucking nobody can spoil me on shit. I don't want any spoilers. I hope to play Hollow Knight before Silksong releases. Silksong is releasing in 2025, Kamikaze. So just so you know, like, it has been confirmed 2025 is the release window. So that's your time span. Okay, what the fuck is that hitbox? I wasn't even in the goop. There's no reason for that shockwave to be that big. Oh my goodness. Artorias, can you please just be weak to lightning? Like the other 99% of the game? Fuck! I'm thinking maybe Q4 of 25? Maybe. Like, all I know is I think it was on the Nintendo Switch 2, like, announcement. Like, I think that's where they gave the release date of 2025. Would like to not so politely decline. Okay, see that? That's some bullshit. Bonk. Oh, also, if I do try and use the Jagged Ghost Blade, I have confirmed it's possible to poise break them out of the buff charge up attack if I'm close enough to get 3 hits in before they finish the animation. Oh, fuck off! Oh, also one thing that I learned a little while ago, he's able to animation cancel. So he can be in the middle of a swing and then just stop and then just do something else. Two most anticipated game release in a year is crazy. Yeah. Like, we got Blueprints, we got Silk Song, we might get GTA. Although, I don't really care for the GTA games. Well, not that I don't care for them, I don't have experience with them. I haven't really played them. Okay. Considering pulling out Power Within to see if that does anything for me. Because the Fire Breath, doesn't really do much. Has big wind-up. All the pyromancies, he's fucking resistant to fire. Can't fucking parry the man. Poise break, nice. Ooh, I just had an idea. What if... It would require me to go back to the Jagged Ghost Blade, but what if... I use a shield? What other magics are there? None. Effectively none. Here, let me show you. Let's pull up the notes. Let us pull up the notes. We haven't seen the notes in a while. Okay, so... If I pull up Dark Souls, no soul use, it'll make my Windows freak out. Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, Princess. I hope you are enjoying the pain and suffering. Okay, notes. Krita, go away. Obsidian. Obsidian. Nope, wrong one. Here we go. Okay, this is a list of all the magics in the game. Red means that we are not able to acquire it, or we are able to acquire it, but we do not have the statistics necessary to use it. So all magic type magic is not available. Most of the miracle type magics are unavailable. There are two that we're able to get, but we have the statistics to use the spell. We do not have the statistics to use the item which is used to cast the spell. So the spell has absolute shit for damage. So these are effectively non-viable. I have collected every single one of these green pyromancies. I do not have Black Flame because that is acquired after Artorias. Black Flame is supposed to be good. It does physical damage. It's probably pretty good, but I have to beat Artorias in order to actually get it because it's locked behind him. So outside of one miracle, I have all the spells that are available, but I have all of the spells that actually do anything for me. Because this is effectively just worse Chaos Storm. So, yeah. Unfortunately, like, if someone wants to do this challenge, you don't have to do it at level 1. I just wanted to do it at level 1. If you choose a different class, some of these do actually become available. Although they don't really do shit. Because, like, all the stuff that has yes on cost, you still can't use. Poison Mist? I think he's immune to poison. Or at least highly resistant. And he also moves around so much. Poison Mist makes a large cloud of poison, and if they stay in it long enough, they get poisoned, and then they slowly take damage over time. Like, highly resistant to every status? Yeah. Like, I think even if you start as a sorcerer or a cleric, I just don't think there's very many available that don't cost money, but also have a low enough stat requirement. Like, it fucking looks like Tranquil Walk of Peace, maybe, but that spell is garbage and doesn't do anything. And then, like, starting at Sorcerer, I think you get Remedy, but that's kind of useless. Dark Orb and Dark Bead would be kind of good. I actually can't remember if the Sorcerer starts with 15 or 16 intelligence. Great Magic Weapon could maybe be, like, kind of nice. Because you could make the weapons you have available stronger. But honestly, if you're not going to do level 1, I would just recommend choosing the Thief. Because they have the highest dexterity. So you would have the highest available weapons. Because there's so many weapons that we have the strength to use. It's just, they cost 10 dexterity or more, and we have 9. Oh, let's see if my predictions were correct. Taurus, Bed of Chaos, Pinwheel, Capra, Gaping. Ceaseless Discharge ended up being easy, but not for the reason that I was anticipating. Ceaseless Discharge is easy because the developers are dumb. And he's like, oh, these boss? Let's just give them a way to kill them instantly without trying. Kalog, yeah, I'd say Kalog was medium. Gargoyles actually turned out to be easy because Great Chaos Fireball, go Burt. Gwendolyn was kind of medium. Yeah, Ortorius, I think this qualifies as Sag rating. Sanctuary Guardian was actually easy. No, I didn't find that cheese. I never would have found that cheese because that's fucking bullshit. That's stupid. That's horrible game design in my opinion. It's so unsatisfying. Like, that should not have been put into the game. Like that, I feel like that, like them holding onto the ledge and then falling down, I feel like that could work if that was like an alternative entrance to Izalith. Like, you fall down and then like it's like an alternative version of the boss fight, but then it gives you like early access to Izalith. That could have been cool. Just giving the boss a free kill, complete and utter bullshit. I hate that so much. Ornstein and Smo actually turned out to be pretty easy. Also, something that's hilarious, downgrading your equipment costs money. Because the idea was brought up to use the Occult Club and downgrade it to a Divine +5 to use against the respawning skeletons, but it costs money to downgrade. So the only divine weapon available is the Astora's Straight Sword, which I guess also the Crescent Axe, but you don't have the Faith stat to use either of those. What did you rank Four Kings? I think I ranked Four Kings as hard? Yeah. Four Kings was ranked as hard difficulty. Oh, well, estimated difficulty. But yeah, I think Knight Artorias definitely qualifies for Sag. This is definitely a Sag level difficulty. Seth was actually easy. Butterfly was also easy. Centipede Demon, I think, fair, medium. Yeah, Gargoyles was easy, Seth was easy, Butterfly was easy. Butterfly and Gargoyles ended up being easy just because Great Chaos Fireball. He's such a pushover of a boss. I don't know. I'm sure there's some challenge run where he stops being easy. Probably low percent, but everything is hard in low percent, so that's not really a fair comparison. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Try to be Gladge. Oh my goodness, that sounds like a medical condition. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but due to complications, we're going to have to remove your Gladge. Yeah, I ended up using guerrilla warfare against Seth. I would just run in, bonk him with a hammer, and then run away. And there was not very much he could do about it. Rarg. Oh look, I'm cartwheeling all over you. There's nothing you can do to stop me, except stab me. Please don't stab me. Yeah, I removed the timer because it was getting annoying to manually upkeep using just, live split, because I was having to fucking like swap between programs and stuff. Like, I'm down to use a timer to like just try again with a different method. I just don't think I liked live split. It was like too annoying to format. But that could also just be because I'm not used to using live split for stuff. I think if I get 3 hits off, it poise breaks. Although going for it is a very bad idea. Oh. Like, I'm really fond, like, even if I'm not doing a speedrun, I'm really fond of having an on-screen timer. Because then if someone just randomly finds a clip, or, like, is watching, like, one of the VODs or whatever, it's very easy to tell where in the timeline they are. So, like, if they want to find the first video, it's very easy. Like, I try to have the day count in the title, but, like, if I had the timer on screen, I wouldn't have to worry about that. Although, I would still want the day count, because that would just make it easier to filter into playlists on my end. Are you gonna do it on game without save reload? Or are you gonna just push it on? I'm going to do it again on save reload, because this isn't just like personal preference. I don't want to use save reload. This is, I'm actually restoring durability by using save reload, so I'm bypassing part of the challenge for the practice. Although I guess technically, personally, this is still just personal preference. Because, like, reloading a previous save is just a thing that you can do. It's not even external software manipulation, like, to a significant degree. It's, like, minor manipulation. Get bongs. Save scumming? Yeah, save scumming is a very valid strategy in many video games. Okay, so it looks like it's slightly more than one of those tiny bars every hit. What's fucking 13 times 5? That's would be 75 hits, a little less. You might have to change things though, because then you have to be careful with the GB hammer running out. Nah. 65? Okay. I don't have to worry about the durability running out, because assuming I get confident that I can do it on my first try, that would be 65 hits worth of damage. Durability goes down super slow. Oh yeah, 50 plus 15 would be 65. Like, as long as I'm doing the practice in an alternate timeline, the successful attempt is not going to take very much durability. Like, I used the GBH on Seth and Nito, and it's down only 9 points. Yeah, see, like, something like that, I feel like I got in there pretty early, and it's just the jump attack lag frames at the end. It's just too much downtime. Although I'm getting better at dodging, it's just the fucking punishes. The punishes are what's hard to dodge. I think the hardest things for me to dodge, the up-close the up-close just straight thrust attack without a dash, that's pretty fast. The uppercut, of course. Some of the slashes can be annoying if I happen to dodge in the wrong direction. Because he has like fucking 3 different... He has like 2 to 3 different variants on his running forward slash. The big frog attack, that's pretty easy to dodge. It's just, you have to fear the uppercut coming after. And that. Because, like, his running attack is safe to side roll, but if he's standing still, that's when it's not safe. Are there any conditions to his power-up attack? I believe he can start doing it after 25% lost. 25% health lost. Whenever he goes to do it, usually he will back roll twice. But if I'm close enough when he does it, that's just free damage for me. Rarg. See, that's what I'm talking about. It looks like he's about to do the double slash, but then he just fucking stops halfway through and then dodges backward. The buff as the power up or the big frog? Oh, actually, I don't know. Because both of those are distance based. The one where he just like fucking sits still for 15 seconds. He has to be at like 25% health lost or something. If you're ever needing a heal, can't you just run away? If I try to run away, he's just gonna chase me. Like, if I run away, and then I try to heal, like, yeah, I guess it can kind of work, but like, it's better for me to just not get hit. Like, as unhelpful as that sounds, that is legitimately the best strategy. Because, like, I think outside of the pocket sand, I think all of his attacks kill me in 1 to 2 hits. Yeah, some of his attacks you gotta dodge to the left. Some of his attacks you gotta dodge to the right. No, sorry, to the back. But then some of them, if you try to dodge to the back, he just kills you. He just pokes your eyes out. Okay, hey Kamikaze, when he does that fucking half swing into a back roll, is that a single technique he is able to do? Fuck. Or is that him canceling his swing into a back roll? If you can force a situation where he does the jump attack. Well, yeah, if I'm far enough away, he's like more likely to do the jump attack. But he also has like 2 different jump attacks he can do. He has one where he can like just launches across the arena and lands with the shockwave, quote unquote shockwave. Then there's another one where he, like, jumps towards me. But that one can sometimes slam, 3 times in a row. Which, the one that slams 3 times in a row, that is the only time, to my understanding, to what I've been informed, that is the only time they will not do an uppercut. I think it's just animation canceling? Okay. Because it happens frequently enough that I didn't know if it was just a weird animation, but it is one technique. Yes, there is a lot of attacks. Maybe if I taunt him, he'll get angry and start making mistakes. That triple slam is the only thing that's No. Supposedly the triple slam is the only thing that can't be followed by the backflip. I wonder if him doing that animation cancel is in response to me dodge rolling. Because sometimes it feels like he does explicitly dodge roll at the exact same time as the player. Yeah, no, it would be a lot nicer if he could only do the uppercut after a specific attack, rather than all of them except for one attack. Feeling froggy. Hammer to the ass. Hammer to the ass. You know, if I was into using modified versions of the game, I would totally update this thing's texture to have the word ban written across the side. Just have it be a ban hammer. Oh, you dumbass. Fuck. Piss off? Piss off. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised that his thrust forward attack is able to be dodged by rolling backward. Once I hit it. Oh, fuck. Fuck! I forgot. Taking the hit cancels my heal part of the way through. I thought I was gonna get the full heal and then take a little bit of damage. The leapfrog attack, yeah, the leapfrog attack gives you enough downtime to just walk under him like a badass. But I guess I'll find out for myself when I do no stamina in 15 years. Bonk. Bonk. No. fuck you. You're doing no! Why would I do no stamina tomorrow? I'm not even done with this challenge run. Not locking on in no roll is pretty key for the run. Yeah, I can see having full control of your movement being very useful rather than being locked into a strafe. Now, Kamikaze, here's the next question. It may be possible to fully dodge everything in no run, but can you still dodge everything in slow walk? Because you can't even avoid Asylum Demon, I don't think. I would not be surprised if slow walk was possible if you allow for leveling up. Like, just get fucking max health, max defense. Like, it's probably possible, but I don't know if it would be possible no hit. I imagine a good chunk of the strategy would be just having enough poise to tank a hit, and then punish, and then heal. Like, maybe even using Sanctus or something. I just want a challenge run to exist where Sanctus is optimal and or required. I want Sanctus to have a purpose. See, I don't think I can, like, realistically get a punish in on the small jump, because it's impossible for me to know if it's going to be 1, 2, or 3. So I basically can only get a punish if they do it 3 times. Otherwise, I have to let him go. That attack is probably my, like, aside from the uppercut, which is it's just a meme at this point, the standing thrust is, like, my biggest hurdle. Oh my goodness. Every single time I think I walk close enough, and it's nope. You didn't walk close enough, dumbass. Fuck. Also, if he does the big jump and you just happen to be kind of close to him, he just fucking goes wide. Oh right, I forgot about him pulling the goop out of his ass. What the fuck? Game! Why the fuck? Okay, no. I'm fucking clipping that bullshit. Why the fuck are you not registering my dodge roll input? Yeah, no, I am nowhere near... He's nowhere near me. I get the full on tap. I release. I'm not holding it down, so it shouldn't think I'm trying to run. The input display fully registers it. Why did the game not register it? It feels like there's hidden criteria where it's just like, nope, you're not allowed to perform an action. Get fucked. Because it also happened in Nito a lot. When I was standing up, and it would take me fucking 5 years before I was allowed to stop holding my weapon two-handed. Granted, I was over-encumbered. Or, well, max encumbered. But still. It's fucking pissing me off because I did the input properly. What was your shirt for Nito? I took some advice from Woe. I just put on the quiet foot ring and the invisibility ring so that the skeletons just fucking piss off. And then I just stayed at the spawn location until he came to me. And then I just fucking bonked him in the face over and over and over and over. I used the crest shield to protect from the explosion attack because I don't have the crystal ring shield. Also, after fucking what's my hour count? What? Come on, game. Dark Souls. 530, sorry, probably closer to 500, like 25 hours or something. I finally make the realization that the intended way to fight Nito is to use a divine weapon so that the skeletons don't respawn. Something that the game should have made very clear. Yes, you did help with that one. Good job. You get a cookie. It's a fictional cookie, but it is yours, and no one can take it from you. Okay, I'm going to go take a restroom break and drink water. I will be back. I just had a really evil idea. What if they made it so that Nito themselves reconstituted? So that if you do not deal the final blow with a divine weapon, it is impossible to kill the boss. with the current design of the game, where it's next to impossible to realize what is supposed to permanently kill them, that would be super evil. But I feel like it could work if they make it clear that that's how the mechanic works. Like, if they made it more clear as to how the occult handles the respawning skeletons, I think that could be a very interesting gimmick for the boss fight. Or maybe, like, it could be, like, only divine damage actually counts as permanent damage. So, like, you can't... so you would have to use a divine weapon for the entire fight rather than the last hit. Although I think having it just be for the last hit would also still be fine. But, like, as it currently stands, the only two ways to figure out that divine weapons have that effect is just randomly figure it out, which I think I was close to do it. No, I think I did figure that out. I just wasn't confident. Like, I didn't want to make that claim. And also, like, just the one shopkeep NPC that gives you a single line of dialogue hinting towards it. Damn. Man, whenever the dodge rolls sync up, it's so cinematic. I love it. A present cookie is a joke. What? How does that even work? I thought cookies were something that websites handle. I sent it in the... Oh, okay. I will look at it after he kills me. Get him! Okay, okay, the only thing that I can think of possibly being a valid explanation is that when he's doing the thrust attack, he speeds up it after he gets close enough to you. So that your initial reaction time is completely useless. That's the only thing I could possibly think of. Or maybe he just speeds up over time in general and throughout the duration of the charge. Also, why the fuck did that do that much damage? I only got hit with the back half of the attack. It's only supposed to do that much damage if I get hit with both. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Nice cookie. Value of chocolate. Size 27. What do you mean size 27? I only gave you one cookie. I did not give you 27 cookies. The value of the string chocolate is 27. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to resort back to doing the jumping attacks. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna have enough damage output. Like, he just is going to kill me if I'm not doing enough damage. I don't have the survivability. No? I think I would take the goop dealing damage over this random ass backflip. Also, very odd that it's 27 bytes when it's only like what is that, like fucking 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 letters? Buffer the attack! Oh, sorry. Buffer the dodge roll! Oh, yeah, no, I'm really upset we don't fight Sif and, Artorias at the same time. Not explaining alive, too the fuck you mean it's too complex? I will absolutely fucking watch a lecture on quantum entanglement live on stream. I am always down to learn something new. But yeah, no, I'm really upset that we didn't fight Sif and Artorias in their prime. Like, that would have been that would have easily been the hardest boss fight in the entire game. And I would have been down to get my ass kicked for fucking 50 hours. What the fuck? Why did that hit me? I was to their side! Some of these I just do not get. Oh, okay, fuck you. Fuck you! Anyone got ideas? Because this is not working. I've been fighting this boss for fucking like 5 hours today and I've made 0 progress. Like, Outside of using, like, maybe higher defense armor. But that's just gonna push me into medium or even fat roll range. Unfortunately, I did not get Sanctus, so I couldn't just use that to get infinite healing while I dodge away. Which, in retrospect, was kind of a poor decision to just throw out. Like, even if I don't plan on using a resource, I should at least get the resource. Maybe power within? Maybe the Ring of Fap. Maybe it's time. Because having extra stamina would be useful. Good template for from software goes forward. Reality Boss is a good taste what they try to focus on in future games. Oh, okay, so major spoilers. Gotcha. Maybe this also reduces bullshit damage. Okay. I don't think that there's critical hits in this fight. Wish Lava Rig had more utility. It does have the funny fire kick. But yeah, no, once you're out of Izalith, it's basically useless. What the? This is no, no. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, I'm done. I'm done with you. You absolute piece of shit. Fucking bullshit hitboxes. Where's these dogs? Fuck. Dinner bell. Doggo. Doggo. Dog. Go bye-bye. No, stop it. Dog, go bye-bye. Idiot. Can you look up? Can you actually look up if Kamali is even like programmatically able to die in their aerial form? Also, the answer is no. I don't have enough ranged. Hello. Woo. Like, if you had sufficient range, I believe that you could use guerrilla tactics to take out Kalameet here. Because you would just run out, as they're swooping in, you'd shoot the arrow, run back, climb up the ladder. Oh my goodness! Stop fucking hopping! Time consuming without assistance. Repeatedly by shooting and with arrows from the ground. But it's significantly easier to hack Hawkeye, allowing you to engage in a more conventional. But does the boss actually die? Like, does the game count that as the boss's defeat? Like victory achieved, give the ring, etc., etc. Oh, that's cool. So the name of the cookie and the value of the cookie are both included in the size of the cookie. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll have some lines for you as well. Okay, I was gonna be disappointed if there wasn't at least unique voice lines. Although I don't think that's gonna be viable in any capacity for this specific run. Mainly because you do not get unlimited access to convenient arrows. And even the Dragon Slayer Great Arrows, they deal 3 damage because we don't have the statistics to use the bow. Yeah, you need 20 and 20. I don't think any of the classes start with 20 dexterity. Because you could definitely... Actually, I don't know if... Does the 20... 12-minute video... Nice. Does the 20 strength on the bow account for the bow requiring you to be two-handed? So does that mean 20 strength flat, or 20 strength after two-handing? Also, I still don't know what that smoky smoke floating up there is. Like, whatever this shit is. It's not a plant. It's ethereal. It's not connected to the rock. I don't know what it is. It persists after Columite dies. I have no clue what this is. And I would love to know what that is. That's just vines looking weird. But it's so ethereal, it's not connected, and it doesn't have an anchor point, it's just floating and swirling. Like, if that's vines, fucking whoever programmed that is fucking on all of the drugs. It also deloads if you go all the way to ground level. Oh, here we go, here we go. I should not have stopped running. And then they just fuck off? Yep. If that was a point of interest, it would be on the internet, but it isn't, so I'm assuming it's nothing. Yeah, it's fair. Yep, they just completely fuck off. Big, strong columite fighting like a bitch. Okay. Why did you start here? Because I reloaded my actual file. Not the practice file. I warped from the Stone Dragon to the Ulasil Sanctuary and got all the way up to Artorias, and then that's where I split it off. And because a warp does not count as a rest, bullshit, I don't respawn there on my main file. Is there any weapons that you would be allowed to use in true level 1, where you modify all of your stats to be 1? Like, I guess maybe no, because this fucking has a strength requirement of 4. Like, it would have to be something that has, at most, a strength requirement of 2. But I don't think I've ever seen anything that low. Like, maybe Dark Hand? Oh, Ghostblade has 5. No, but 4 is still the lowest. If your stats is 1, you're better off not using anything anyway because you'll be over-encumbered. Why would you be over-encumbered? Like, having an endurance of 1, you can probably equip a single item. Oh, the Dark Hand has no required parameters. It does have a weight of 0.5, but it has no required parameters. So you can equip the Dark Hand, which has a physical of base 200, which is 10 times higher than your normal fist. It also is a shield. Oh! Strength of 3. Too bad it doesn't matter because of the intelligence. Actually, I don't know if the magical adjust is based on the strength modifier. You might be able to get away with using this as a catalyst. I want to test something. Why am I here? I don't want to be here. I want to be at a bonfire. Endurance of 1 will put you at 41 equip. Yeah, because it's like every extra is Do I have any boss souls on this file? I do. Oh, except they mean nothing at these high of level. How about... That'll work. Okay, so... Oh, my... I can't even measure it. My endurance is at 99. I wanted to see... Like, because I think it's like each level of endurance gives you +1 linearly till 139 for 99. 1 equip late for 1. Okay, so 139 minus 99 equals 40. So 0 equals 40. Okay. Yeah. I think it would be cooler to do level 0, but I don't know how things like health would interact with 0 as a value. Although, might as well just fucking go into the negatives. But then at that point, you're getting weird. So maybe all one, or all zero. All one or all zero. That would be more objective. Assuming it can even function at 0. Like, if it starts functioning weird, then all 1 would be better. "43 hours. It can't. All 1 is a thing people have. What do you mean it cannot? Oh, you mean it can't do level 0 in a stat? It cannot function at 0? Okay. And by cannot function at all, as in the game does not run, or like it acts weird. Where the fuck was I going? Vouchers. I don't know the specifics, but as far as I know, it just crashes. Okay, that's fair. Although that sounds like, to be honest, it sounds like it's just, that's just gonna be level 1, except slightly more annoying, because less stamina and less health. Like, actually dying in one hit to everything. Also, like, fucking no weapons. Okay, so level 1, but a lot worse. But I suppose that's why it would be called true level 1. What is not all stats at 1? Does that mean keeping stats at 1 means you're negative? No. It means you're going beyond the confines of the traditional leveling system. Although, to be honest, the actual level stat in Dark Souls means, well, Dark Souls 1 anyway, means nothing. It's the value of the individual stats themselves that matter. Okay, supposedly, Fire Surge / Chaos Whip is pretty strong against Four Kings. So I'll go ahead and grab that. They are weak to light. Kamikaze. What part of Chaos Fire Whip has any connection to lightning? No, I didn't. No. I said something completely different. Goodbye. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, Crest Shield is nice. Kiss for what do you? What? You mean the Dark Hand attack? Yeah, a couple times probably. Unfortunately for them, I don't have any humanity for them to steal. Why is their kick so damn strong? Oh no, I've seen the animation a few times. I used it on NPCs. Stay down. Thank you for the useless garbage. Takes away all humanity? Damn, that's kinda whack. Not gonna lie. Wait, it takes away all of your humanity? But the grapple attack by the Four Kings themselves only takes away some of your humanity. No, I know you mean soft humanity. The actual boss doesn't drain all of your humanity. But then again, I suppose it does also deal health damage. Okay. Well, second slot is forced to be this. Crest Shield. I'll leave stamina. Heal. And then practice. Practice mode. Practice mode. This might be easier with Pyro. Oh, probably. But you gotta remember, I have level 0 Pyromancy Flame. Okay, I was hoping that, I was hoping the lava ring would also work. Like, your feet are so hot that the abyss can't take you. Also, I imagine this text that says you were taken by the abyss, like, that's just a hint as to that's where the abyss is. I don't feel like that has any mechanical application. Okay. It would be very interesting if getting taken by the abyss did actually do something detrimental, like maybe like some sort of like variant of curse that only went away after you killed the 4 kings. $136 damage. Eh. Wait. This guy has more health than Artorias. But I guess Artorias is also just a different kind of fight. Barking's no rule as hell. Stop me from trying. Damn. Fuck. This is not. Oh. Oh. I understand now. Big brother just came to say hi. I see the problem. Okay, what's the critical threshold? It's the shield. It's the fucking shield. Nah, no, I can't even get rid of the mask. It's the shield. The shield is too heavy. The shield is free until it's not free. I'm aware that his sword has at least 2 sections. Let me guess, you're able to get hit by multiple sections simultaneously. Because haha, fuck you, Lamau. Is Four Kings weak to magic? Because I think the Dragon Headstone quantifies as magic damage. Although I am draining my Estus. More resistant? Okay. I am draining my Estus every time I fucking take off and put on the Mask of the Mother. Oh, I didn't equip the fucking big-ass hammer. Oh, don't, seriously, fuck off. Oh, and then, yeah, you fucking come, fuck you. Oh my goodness. Let me fucking hit. Why is he not getting hit by his own attack? I call bullshit. He shouldn't be allowed to do that. That magic attack is just complete and utter bullshit. There's nothing you can do about it. Because it has... I know it's not infinite duration, but it's really fucking long. And there's nothing for it to collide with. It's like... It's like fucking... Moonlight Butterfly if they were actually difficult. How about we just have all 5 spawn at once? No. Please no. Am I stupid? I'm fucking stupid. How about we have all 5 of them spawn at once? Then they just stay on top of each other. And then I just hit them all with the hammer. How about that? That sounds like a good plan to me. I'm not allowed... Interesting. I'm not allowed to change equipment while in midair. Okay, yeah, this is definitely what you need. This looks like if you get it good... What the fuck is that range? There's no depth perception. There's no depth perception, so you can't tell how far away you need to run. You just have to make him small in the background. But yeah, that looks like if you get a good flow going, that will be fast enough. But I don't like using other people's strats. It feels cheap. Because like I didn't figure it out. I'm just copying somebody else's homework. Oh, fuck that grapple attack. That's unavoidable. In quotation marks. Okay, yeah, this fight's definitely not going to be very satisfying. Why not? Because, like, one, I didn't find the solution, so it's just lessened, kind of. Because, like, I didn't get to discover anything. It's just, oh, that's what you do? Okay, I'll go do that. And then also, like, this looks like it's gonna end up just being a damage tank fest, and then just heal. Okay, yeah, no, absolutely not getting away from that, which is bullshit, because I'm running at maximum speed. That's absolute bullshit. You can't dodge that attack. Like, unless you're exclusively fighting from range the entire time. Well, yeah, this fight is just gonna be really annoying. Because I need to get it consistent, but also... this is just the practice. I'm gonna be doing it fucking... with the run backs after. No, I know I don't want to do it without this. I want to just fucking fit... Fuck you. I want to just finish it and get it done, but like... I would have rather found my own solution to the problem. And also, this isn't a very interesting solution. It's just use the strongest weapon you have and hit him until he stops moving. No. We have not defeated the knight yet. Artori ass is still a bitch. Yeah, this is just hope for good RNG. This is just an RNG check. Which is stupid. Oh, great. Brain, why are you giving me the upset hormones? I don't want the upset hormones. I want the fun, happy hormones. I think I'm just, like... I think I'm ready and looking forward to being done with this game. I don't suppose Four Kings has a summon. Or Artorias. 20 hours will do that to you for any game. Yeah. What the fuck? Nope, 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 nope. Fuck you, I'm done. I'm playing something else. Wait, Four Kings has a summon? Never mind, I'm not playing something else. Where's the summon? Is it Solaire? Because of the lightning. That would be funny. It's the Witch Gal? Ooh, she's really strong. Except apparently this guy's weak, resistant to magic. Okay, I assume the summon is inside the tower. Hello. Oh no, please, please, absolutely tell me where the summon is, please. Like, at this point, the only thing I care about finding myself is the DLC Invader. I'd like to try and find that on my own. I know it's somewhere in the city. Or at least, it's in between Artorias and Manus. Or, well, Manus is the boss it's associated with, so I assume it's past Artorias. You have to defeat the butterfly. That makes sense, but I don't like it. Okay, I'm still gonna check, just in case the wiki is wrong. Where is the summon sign supposed to be located? Behind the pillar, just before the fog door. Do they have any idea how little that narrows it down? I also do want to do a couple test fights where I have maximum humanity, because that's where the majority of my defense is coming from. Kirk, are you gonna jump my ass? I hope not. I imagine this is the pillar they're talking about. Yeah, there's no summon sign. No summon sign back here. Yep, okay. That's very unfortunate. That's also the fucking only one that's hidden. No, never mind. No, the Iron Tarkus is also hidden. Okay. Let's just give this a go. With, max humanity, so I actually have full defense. Is this an insta-kill? No. See, it only fucking drained, like, what, 2 of my humanity? Oh, fuck, I'm taking way too long. Yeah, the damage upgrade from hilt to medium of the blade is insane. Okay, rip. Okay, yeah, that's doable if I have max humanity. If Solaire lives, you can. Yeah, I got that. I got that explainified. I'd have a good rest of the stream. I'm going to find fucking something else to play. Because bullshit. I'm getting frustrated and I need to relax. And we have like an hour left. But yeah, good night, Deathon. Or Death, rather, sorry. Talos 2. No. No. I need something to fucking turn my brain off. Or fuck, maybe I just call it short, just rest a little bit, and then just work on something else for the rest of the day. Because I'm honestly kind of tempted to just put No Soul on hiatus. Because I'm like actually getting super burnt out of the game. But like I don't want to get this far and then just stop. But like I've hit a wall. Like I'm not making any progress. Like I can probably do 4 kings. Like get max humanity, get some healing. I can do 4 kings. That's not going to be an impossible issue. And then, like, I could just kill Gwyn if I want to be lame and only do can you beat. But no, I want to do all bosses, because all bosses is cool. But Artorias is fucking hell, man. The issue is, they don't even feel that hard. Like, none of their individual attacks feels hard. It's just for whatever reason, I keep getting hit. Like, in the moment, I feel like I can dodge anything if I'm focusing. I think the issue is, like, trying to get my own hits in, and then they retaliate. But, like, honestly, I feel like I might need a break. I feel like the best choice it will be to just put the game on the shelf and come back to the run later. Like, I feel like that's probably the healthy choice, but I'm so close. I'm so close. I just want to finish the game. I just want to finish the run. Like, I want to finish the run and then have the next time I come back to the game be a new run, a fresh start. Because, like, I do want to do no stamina. I want to do that at some point. That sounds like fun. But just not right now. I'm gonna drink some water. Going to drink water. Correction, I'm going to refill my water. Kamikaze! Really? Maybe you were like stepped away from the away from the computer, but earlier I said that that invader was was like the only thing left that I did want to find on my own. Like maybe you were stepped away, which would be understandable. Yeah. Yeah, I think... Confusing, no, it's fine. No. You're absolutely fine. Like, officially, spoilers are dropped. I was just, like, I would have preferred to find that one. So, you're good. Okay, I think for the sake of mental health and just, like, not bashing my face into the metaphorical brick wall, I think I'm going to force myself to take a break from the game, and we're gonna move on. I will come back to No Soul at a later date, after I have fully cleansed the game from my system. I think that's probably the healthiest thing to do. Because, like, I am not in a state where I'm going to beat Artorias anytime soon. Because, like, I've spent, like, probably near, if not 10 hours on that fight exclusively, and I haven't made any progress. I'm getting better. I'm getting better at, like, dodging the attacks and stuff. But other than that, I'm not making any progress. But on the bright side, for the next game, it will be very easy to know which spoilers I do and do not want. These DS challenge runs take a toll on your mind? Yeah. Although, I suppose I can have slight satisfaction in knowing that, compared to the layperson, it took me 530 hours to hit my breaking point. Like, granted, I did take, like a weekend break in the middle to play something else, but, like, I think, like, I'm actually ready to, like, do something else for a good chunk of time, and then come back to it later. Although, not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. Although, tomorrow my brain is going to have reset from sleep. So maybe I just fucking do Talos too. I don't know. I was looking into trying to get to the asylum without stamina. it's like so close to being possible. I think potentially if like one or more of the NPCs can deal a high knockback attack to you with range, I think it might be doable. So the sorcerers are probably the best bet. Because let me go ahead and just fucking what's your plan for Talos 2? Honestly, I might complete the Abyss first and then just include the DLC in minimum interaction. Because some of the DLC puzzles, I'm not sure if there is any cheese for them. It might just be the intended solution. But I do need to get back with the Talos community, because they were like routing out any % for minimum interaction. So I need to get access to their notes and stuff. Okay, because like if we go over here, we can get like, no, fuck. We can get here. So like we can almost get up onto this ledge. And then like, if we have a little bit of speed, we can get over here. So there's like 2 places where that's kind of close. And then going over here. Like, this is a funky slope, so that's, like, it feels like it's almost doable. Or alternatively, if we can just get onto the roof proper, you can absolutely just get access to the stairs. So I'm thinking maybe Big Hat or, like, his student boy, they might be able to maybe shoot you with a soul spear, or soul arrow rather, to get enough knockback to like get over here. Although the issue is potentially keeping them aggroed from like down on the ground. You have to jump. That's a way to get to Asylum early before unlocking elevator. I mean, I'm thinking like you don't. Maybe you don't have to jump on it. Maybe like if you get the speed boost at the same time as a soul spear hits you in the face. Maybe it's doable. Unfortunately, there's fucking no passive speed increase. Like you're stuck with your base speed. Like, if you had force, because those buddies love casting force. Unfortunately, I think force. I don't know if I didn't actually test bringing that guy over there. But force is such low range. Like, if there was a way to increase your walking speed, like, that's like just barely out of reach. If there was a way to increase your walking speed, you could probably do that. But like, there's so many things that increase your stamina regeneration, but don't increase your walking speed. I'm honestly kind of surprised there isn't a miracle or something that increases your walking speed. Like, if this was just fucking closer, so just barely closer. The stamina from the jump attack doesn't go through until you land. If you're fast enough with your menuing, I wonder if you could save quit while being over the land, and it would still count as you being on the land for a respawn validity. Although you probably have to land for it to update your safe location. The empty chest is what contains important mandatory. Oh no, I know. Dark sign. Oh, okay. Oh, like actual key items. If you somehow lose them. Interesting. Yeah, right now it's contained. Oh, 1 health. I thought I quit out perfectly as I died. The chest right now just has the Cat Covenant ring. Damn, I was kind of hoping I somehow quit out exactly on 0 health. I'm gonna see if the skeleton wants to party. Because they seem to be keen to just follow me wherever. Are they gonna both be stupid? Oh wait, no, they both were stupid because it was plus 50. Hey Frompt, can you pull them back out, please? And there's like, is there like any way to get like an invader over here? Or are they like completely locked out of Firelink? Huh? Why you teleport? Don't teleport. Because if we could get an invader here, that would solve all of our problems. There's no area bus for Firelink. Yeah. Okay, but what about if we use, like, out of balance and stuff? Like, glitches to clip through walls? Like, as long as it doesn't use stamina. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you backing up? Bro? Are you okay? You can only summon in an area where you haven't killed. All entrances get blocked. Either someone gets killed. Or they are busted. I'm not talking about summons, I'm talking about invaders. Because I doubt summons can harm the user. Or harm their friends. Like, the idea is to get an invader to somehow be in Firelink, and then they could just use force or something. Same rule. No, I'm not talking about the impenetrable fog wall. I'm talking about, like, using out-of-bounds glitches and stuff to get to a place you're not supposed to have access to. Have to check. Okay. Because the idea would be to get... Assuming you could exclusively have invaders be from whitelisted players, the idea would be to make 2 accounts, play one of them just as normal, stamina, no stamina. Well, you play both of them, no stamina, and then you have one of them be the actual main account that gets up here, and then you have the other one that is an invader. And then they would just use, like, Wrath of Gods or fucking Force. Or maybe even just, like, another spell to knock you over. That didn't use stamina. That didn't use stamina. It didn't count as finalizing the swing because I left the platform. Yeah, because your stamina stops regenerating at the start of an attack, but it doesn't actually use it until the end of the attack. Okay, let's get a big... Oh, that's so close to working. Maybe with the, like, lunge attack from a straight sword, because that has, like, a lot of actual forward momentum. Although, actually, first, let's go ahead and... Actually, wait, no, I think we already did check. Landing doesn't use the stamina afterward. Okay, do I even have... I fucking have the straight sword hilt. Welp, if we can get this to work... Dark Souls wiki comments and I saw a random cliffhanger. Gwyn is Welsh for white. And his theme is only played by using the white keys. Oh, that's very interesting. I like that Easter egg. That is a very cool Easter egg. Okay, well, time for me to immediately go into no stamina so I can be the first person to do true no stamina all bosses. As a joke. I'm not actually going to do that. I don't give a shit if I'm not the first person to do it. The other cheddar wait, what do you mean? What do you mean the other cheddar predicted your mind? I said you will try no stim. Honestly, I don't think I would actually do it tomorrow. It's doable. It's possible. And best of all, it doesn't require any weapons, so you don't have to go out of your way to get anything. I know, I'm awesome! No, I am... Okay, wait, is the current general consensus for no stamina that all bosses no stamina is impossible? Because if that's the case, I am heavily disappointed in the Dark Souls community. Because that took me fucking 5 minutes of experimentation. I don't think anybody deems it impossible, though. Well, I mean, it's usually like I saw one video by like Weekend Gamers or whatever it was called, and they their rules specified all possible bosses. So I don't know if that meant that there were some bosses they couldn't get to, or if it meant that there was certain bosses that they did not think were possible. Okay, just to verify that you can actually walk up the stairs. Okay. Okay, well, if nothing else, I'm very satisfied that I found that. Even if it was already found, I found it as well. Actually, interesting thing. For no movement keys, if you want to do all bosses, well, one, it's just impossible because of the Seth prison ladder. But for Stray Demon, you're actually intended to leave via a ladder. So you would have to, like, have some shit on you. Like, kill the boss and then throw a bunch of poop to get toxified to leave. No, wait, no, you can just use the fucking dark sign. You don't have to jump through 17 hoops. You can just take the door to the left. Wait, no, I'm stupid. There's just a ladder at the very start of the game. Okay, I got a little bit of time left. I'm gonna fuck around with just no movement keys. Just to see if I can do anything fancy. Did you ever try your rumination of killing stray demon through the girls? Yeah, I did try that a little bit. They either have, like, actually astronomical health, like the 32-bit integer limit, or, like, insane regeneration, or both, because I shot so many arrows into that guy, and the health bar never changed visually. Binoculars, I think, might be required if you wanted to do level 1, because you can use the binoculars to go into first person to change your view, to change the direction you're facing, and then you can use, like, back hop or punch or whatever to move. But I think if you're not doing level 1, you just choose the hunter because they start with the bow. Okay, so first things first, let me go controller settings, edit layout, joysticks, wait, joysticks, right joystick behavior, none. Wait, no. Left joystick behavior, none. Just fully disable. Did the video with all possibles. Wait, all possible bosses. No, I didn't watch the video because I didn't want spoilers on potential strategies. But I did post it in the Discord if you want to scroll back and stream chat for a little bit. Okay, export layout, no walking. Unbind left analog stick. Confirm. Okay. Okay, so left analog unbound. Although, interestingly, I think if you use the dark sign, it does just teleport you closer to the door. Yeah. Now, instead of bonking my weapon all over the place, so why is binoculars? Binoculars isn't implicitly necessary. At least I don't know if it is. But binoculars are just heavily recommended if you don't start as the hunter, so that you're able to just go into first person and change the direction you're facing. Like, this is like the only instance I ever see choosing binoculars as your starting gift being a good idea. Because in, like, every other scenario, you just get the binoculars in the graveyard. Yeah. Wait. Did I just fucking unequip my pyromancer? Okay, no. What are you trying to do? No walking. Specifically, fully unbinding the traditional movement input, which is left analog stick. So as you can see, left analog stick is moving, it's doing nothing in the game. So you really need to just attack or back hop to move around. The binoculars allow you to change the direction you're facing. But, yeah, it looks like it looks like the run doesn't, like, depending on your definition of no walking, no movement, blah, 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 like, you can climb ladders. But for me personally, just fully unbinding the traditional movement input is less arbitrary. This also implicitly doubles as no running, walking, or rolling. So this is like just the highest level of logical extreme of restricted movement, I imagine, for this game. Although I actually don't know if there's any keyboard exclusive input that would allow you to climb a ladder without using the movement. Rules for the community, no roll BP. Is that they also banned backstep, which is not a rule. No, that's bullshit. I mean, it uses the same button, but a backstep is definitively not a roll. It is two different mechanics. You do a backstep and then you can run. Yeah, you can't do that out of a roll. You do have a roll-specific attack as well. Yeah, it's two different things. And also, you don't have any invincibility frames when you're doing a back hop. Which is also why, like, no roll block parry, like, that's also such just a weird, arbitrary rule set. It's like there are like so many different mechanics. And also, what actually no. I was going to say no block is implicitly no parry, but no, you actually are able to parry without blocking first. The first person to ever die to that guy. You know, I was going to say maybe it's better to start with the black firebombs, but then you don't have the fucking binoculars. I actually don't know if the tutorial area would be possible without binoculars or some other way to go into first person. Like, maybe if you're facing a certain direction and you save quit, it reloads you looking in that direction? Okay, nope. Yeah, so I'm pretty confident. I think I'm pretty confident in saying that this run is incompatible with no stamina. You are not doing both of them at the same time. I think that's a pretty safe guess. Like, maybe if the backstep did not cost stamina. But that would be just so... That would be even more cursed than this is already. Okay, that actually doesn't really give you much more. Okay, the strong attack does. The thing that I'm interested in is if there's any point, aside from bosses, where the game expects you to be moving faster. Like, I guess just enemies in general, you're not going to be running past them. But I don't think there's any, like, speed check or, like, race against the clock segment in this game. Okay, I think for, like, long straightaways, I think... Yeah, sequential back hop is absolutely the way to go. Lava and poison segments? True. That would effectively be a soft timer. Well, not even a soft timer, that would be a hard timer. Although for poison, you can just farm up a bunch of moss. And for lava, assuming it's like post charred orange ring, you can definitely just, like, worst case scenario, you can just grind up a bunch of humanity to use as heals in addition to your maxed out Estus. The fuck? Although, yeah, I think the purple moss and just humanity for healing the lava would be sufficient. But if you really wanted to be like doubly sure, you could also you could get Sanctus to slow down the damage, or like get the regenerate spell, assuming you're not doing level 1. Don't worry, Oscar. I'm almost there. Yeah, I'm not sure how / if this would even be possible without a way to change your orientation.
Oh, regrettably, but...
The Nito trick you did is very helpful for Capra. You don't aggro the dogs at all. Ooh, true. Although, from what I've heard, you can also just ignore the dogs entirely if you just put on full Havel armor. Like, you just have defense and poise out the ass. Oh, right, true. Oscar's a bitch because he fucking... just gives you soul. So yeah, if you wanted to do true no soul without, like, don't collect any soul, like, you would have to do the Estus skip. Oh my goodness. I just realized this run... doing Gwendolyn on this run, if you don't use, like, just... if you don't use Hawk Ring cheese, this run would be absolute fucking annihilation pain. Because you're not really going to be able to dodge anything. And then just, like, getting up to the boss. Havel armor means you're fighting him in the latter half. Or you already have better weapons, which makes the fight way easier anyway. But, no. You can fight Havel before you fight Capra. If it's even possible for Gwendolyn. Oh, it's like this run, no movement. The fight itself is definitely possible. Because if you have the Black Bow of Ferris... Oh, Havel armor. Oh no, I'm fucking stupid. Here's dumb old me thinking that Havel drops the Havel armor. If you have the Black Bow of Ferris and Hawkeye Ring, you can just kill them with arrows. Just from range. Although the issue is, for level 1, arrows deal 1 damage. Period. The Dragon Slayer arrows would do 3 damage, though. Unfortunately, lock-on is a mechanic in this game. So, at least with bosses, you can just constantly be facing the boss. I guess a tutorial, not too terrible. Although, definitely a sight, like, a good indication of what movement's gonna be like. I don't think I would ever want to actually do this, like, in a serious fashion, because, like, fuck no. But I think it would be very cool to see a TAS of this. Like I would be willing to theory craft this run. I would be willing to feasibly attempt no stamina, but I would not be willing to actually realistically attempt this. At least not at the current moment. Because, like, slow movement is, like, one of my biggest things that gets on my nerves. Fortunately, the fucking fist thing allows you to get back to Asylum. Otherwise, you would have the exact same issue as no stamina. I guess maybe you could back hop off. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there and get the next game vote ready. I might tweak some stuff around. Gotta write a funny little text description. Okay. No Soul on hiatus? Yes. I feel like that I'm not really enjoying the process at the moment, and I'm also just not making progress. But I also feel like I need to do something else. I need to take a break. So yes, No Soul is going to be on hiatus. I need to fucking... Okay, I'm gonna make a text document. Current challenge runs. Dark Souls 1. No Soul. No Soul. And then Talos 2 min interaction. Okay, so I'm going to... Because if I don't make that list of the work in progress runs, I'm just not going to remember them. Like, there's also just a chance that I just don't come back to it, so I want the reminder there. Although, I need a place to store those VODs, because that's the fucking raw footage for the video. I have SSDs. I have some Seagate SSDs. I can use one of those. Although I've heard that those are unreliable if they're just not plugged in. On here, I don't know. I don't know. give me a reminder in a few months and we'll see how I'm feeling. Half joking. Okay. Okay, we will see what happens with tomorrow and Devoto. Where is my stream stop? Okay, there we go. Bye-bye.